the stream. Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's the broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker set my free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker's here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to Verdict Day 2. I don't know if they have started deliberating because the verdict clock has started. So, but that's not, I know everyone is, oh, it stopped. Yeah, that's Lord and Crim that turns it on and off. But there is a verdict clock. It's moving. The jury might be back and have started deliberating. We don't know. They did around three and a half hours Friday. I think we'll get a verdict today. I have that. I think I can feel it in my waters that we'll have a verdict today. But that's really easy to say because most verdicts comes in between 4 and 8 hours, which would be today. Hallo Stolly, liebe Grüßen auch dich auch. Hey, Miss Garbage and Betsy and questions. I miss you thinking of that island when you would read my last name. Great stream with Emily yesterday. What island? What island am I thinking of? Hey, pretty cookie. Celestial. I voted yes, but I heard him mention something about hearing the sound of skin on skin, and that's beyond upsetting to me. Oh. I'm a 27-year-old virgin, so I don't know what it really sounds like. But him describing a sexual encounter make me want to never have one. It didn't sound that interesting. Swiss Miss. J to the 7. Malin, and Rihanna, followed by Carol Sue. Freckle free. I need stronger glasses because I read kitties like something completely else. I thought freckle-free what? Thunder Horse. Cool name. And Peace Geek. Inspire. Call me psychic. Guilty. Apparently, the trial streamers who have been covering it sees it very differently than we do. A lot of people don't believe that they proved their case. A lot of people say that it's Juliana who made it up. And I'm like, I know I was sick, but what did I miss? Am I turning into Lawn and Crim? Is Sue turning into a Lawn and Crim? Well, I think Sue could be a Lawn and Crimmer. Mr. Fedorowski. They were supposed to start at 10, but the judge did tell them they could come early today if they wanted. Okay, yeah, because Lawn and Court TV started up. Hey, this is Julie from Court TV. Let's go back and see what letters. Nope, I'll just go over and have it without your commentary. I have to listen to my own. Have you ever bit your tongue while you slept? I think I did it. My right side of my tongue feels really, really sore. Bear Dasser. An Ultra Maga dog. Hey, Scarlett. Hope I'm feeling better and better. I went to the gym today. First of all, I did 4 hours streaming yesterday with Emily C. If you didn't watch it, you missed it. You should go watch it because she's just such a joy to stream with because she's so easy to hang out with. And you forget time. I was looking at the clock and I was like, that can't be right. It's 11 o'clock. We started at 7 and we just had fun. And it's been a rough couple of months with all of the. Normally, I'll try and keep the drama for the night times with all the Karen Reed fallout. And it's been a little rough because I'm being called a PDF file a lot online and fat and stupid and ugly. And the PDF file isn't true. The rest, yes. So it was so nice just to have a good stream where you just had fun and time just left. And then I woke up at like 4:30 after 4 hours of sleep, and I was, oh, I'm awake. I could just do a show now. And then when I was done, I had the expert on. He's also a joy to stream with, and we went for 2 hours. So going from streaming an hour, 2 hours because you have been sick, then into streaming 6 hours, cut up by 4 hours of sleep. And then I thought, let me go to the gym. And we did like an hour where we were talking after the show. Then I went to the gym and then I came home and I was just shaking. I think I have this weird thing in my brain when my body kind of is at 75%. I think, oh, if I just turn it up to 110, it'll catch up. It won't. Sweet. Today I'm actually not that great. The weirdos in Law and Crime think he's going to get lesser. I just can't see it. This afternoon, I wouldn't mind it if it was before lunch. I'm a little, yeah. How do you feel something in your waters? It's a thing we say in Danish is I can feel it in my water. I think it comes from old people like Sue with their arthritis, and they're always complaining. Oh, I can feel a storm coming in. My hip is hurting. Maybe it's not a thing everyone said. My dad said it a lot. So, and I think Sue is roughly the same age as my dad, who would have been 85 years old today. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow would have been my dad's 85th birthday. You were talking about my island, ding dong. I don't know what island. Bornholm. Bornholm. Well, then get your real name back. Because Barbara doesn't sing Bornholm to me. I'm so far behind. I'm sorry. I'm going to skip. Holly Mac. I was actually watching, I was scrolling that short feed. 3 small dogs you shouldn't have. Number 2 was a Chihuahua because they'll just bond to one person and no one else. Hey, Katie P. I'm so far behind. I'm just going to skip all of you. I'm so sorry. I'm such a bad host. Nice knowing you about what? You say that in England too. Yeah, it's not me who is weird. You can feel it in your water. Hey, Anime and Mindori over on the Rumble side. And Beach Girl, hello. See, I know all the cool sayings. It's just you people who are, what? Do you see, say the thing where you always see the splinter in your brother's eyes, but not the lock in your own? I wrote that to Emily yesterday. I don't know if she got what I meant. The defense's closing was so boring. When you have a shit case, you have a shit case. Some people were arguing that the state should have gone longer. I liked it. I thought it was perfect. They proved it during their cross examination. Then you don't have to do. I know all of you start yelling at me when I say closing arguments should be 45 minutes and no longer anyway. And I liked she took 25 minutes in total because she was good on cross examination. They wasted 3 days of a guy reading dates into the record, and then she just stood up and said, "You don't know who touched the device." No, okay, sat down again. Well, you are technically Danish, so of course you do. Oh, thank you for being here and supporting what I do. Never had a Jack Russell. Also, horrid yappy things. They said the French bulldogs, because they are so insanely inbred, that it'll cost you 20,000-30,000 to get the dog and twice as much in medical bills. Don't get a Chihuahua. Chihuahua are angry, attacking, and will only bond to one person, and they are horrible with kids. And then there was Shinu. I think it was a Shinu, the little yellow dog. They just hate that dog because it's so hard to train. Yes, Christine, you got it last night. When Baker told Emily that China has the $4 prison system and it's the only one that's perfect, I almost collapsed. Well, it fixed the recidivism problem. I'm hoping they're not long. I want to go to bed. Spire, it says 4 hours now. Normally, I kind of have this idea in a case like this, 4 to 6 hours is roughly. They go back, they do the first straw poll saying, hey, do you want to take a vote now or should we look at the evidence? And I think most people I better do my job. And they do let's look at the evidence. I really want to watch the Discord messages. I read them. They're boring as F. He really wants her to come downstairs. I was looking through all of her letters to see if there was anything juicy that I could read for you. They're boring. I read all the good stuff yesterday. And then you have them sitting there and say, "Oh yeah, well, let's take a trip around the table. Where are you at?" And I think then they say, "Well, I think he did it, but I don't." Because it's hard to say first degree, and then you want to hear your neighbor say, "Yeah, I think he did it too, but it was clearly first degree." Yeah, well, if she says it, I can say it as well. And by the way, thank you for Marissa for sponsoring today's outfit. And then I think most people will feel if we just come back in 30 minutes, we are not doing what we're supposed to do. then you have the. That's why I say 4 to 6 hours is where I think it's mostly at. Wouldn't you want to look at the evidence? I'd be so curious. That's because you do it differently in America. Because you can read the rest in there. We don't do that. We are presented the case. This is the evidence. This is what you see, and then we go back, and then we just discuss that. And most verdicts we have, because again, the most cases I do will have somewhere between 2 weeks and 3 months prison time. I would say we are hardly ever deliberating more than 20, 30 minutes and that's with the judge filling out the paper form, writing down our verdict and all of that. That's I would say on average we are probably using 25 minutes on average. Then I had a case where we had to determine if someone was to be extradited from Denmark, and then we have to go and look at some EU conventions, and is it, because then we have to take in consideration what's his family life, that took a long time. And a lot of cases where people either stole a lot of stuff or they were suspected of fencing a lot of stuff to other people. You have to sit and go through every single exhibit. One of them had 170 or 127 single little photos we had to go in and look at and said, do we think this is something he stole or something he picked up at a dump or something he owned? Because he said, well, no, I bought this from an estate sale. I found this in a dumpster. And we had to go through every single one of those and say, number 1, 2, 3, no, that's crap. No one stole that. And there's no one who's missing it. Number 5, 6, 7, 8, we know that's from the break-in at that house. And we had to go and take that took us maybe 6 hours to go through all of that. And but that's very different. Bum, 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 bum. Ban who? Ban Lefty? Nah, let Lefty be in here. He needs to see how a real streamer works. No idea about crosses in basements. What? Who? What? Hey, Janelle. What did I miss with the crosses? You missed the most of this. Well, mildly pretty. That's a weird. MP. It had all the good things. When I read this, I couldn't wait to watch this with Jamie, because Jamie is a little bit of a freak. It had all of this. It had the love triangle with the nanny. It had fetish sex, which we know sex sells. And we had this IRS agent who was absolutely horrible. And I said a bad word on stream. Well, YouTube has relaxed it. But then we had the openings were kind of, this could be interesting. She's going to testify. And then we really didn't get much, because we weren't shown the evidence. We weren't shown the body cams. We were just listening to it. So it's just long days of nothing. And the defense was slow. So this could have been a wonderful case if they had the evidence shown, and we had gotten a little more into all of that fetish stuff. Oh, you stole it from Ricada Law. Well, that's but it's a long name. Is Ricada mightily pretty? Isn't he mightily petty? I watched him yesterday. I didn't notice that. No, one of my banned words. Lefty? Oh, he's mildly pretty always. That has gotten him in trouble. That's the good thing about being ugly. You don't get in trouble as much. I cannot wait to see his face when they read guilty. Will he hold it together or lose it? I think he will be very stoic, and because most people are. I have had two outbursts in court in my 16 years as a juror. And one of them was a millionaire who was found that he should pay 5,000 Danish. He got really yelly. And then we had a guy who, on the way out, started yelling about the judge, and that was our Terminator lady, and she was just, "Did you say that to me?" Nope, nope, no, Your Honor. Nope, nope. She is cool. She's cool. He's gay too. Well, it's only gay if you like it. I think he's going to break down. I truly think he thinks he's going to get off. The way he looked during the closing arguments at when his lawyer was up there, I felt like he was, yeah. It's about him and how perfect he think he is, so we may finally see some emotion. Could be. I love the Emily C. Petty stream. Yeah, MCG is she's such a joy to hang out with. I wish I did it more. I listened to you and MC while I was sleeping last night. I hope we didn't give you bad dreams. Crispy bacon. But I put up a poll because we're just sitting here waiting for a verdict. Again, we haven't even had the judge come in and say, "Hey, everyone, they have been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes." And because I was sick, I didn't see him on the stand, so I thought maybe I would pull up when he was on the stand, and we could rewatch him because that was kind of a disaster. Him describing smecks as skin on skin noises. Whatever that means. I am a virgin, so I don't know. You missed a lot of his testimony also. Well, what does the poll say? I'm at the dealership waiting for my car, and there's a man in the bathroom. 24 minutes so far. He's definitely going home to red rum his wife. No, he's probably married to a vegan, and on the way over to the dealership, he bought 2 cheeseburgers, and he thought, oh. And then he remembered, oh, she can smell it on me. And then he started eating them, and he had that reaction. So right now he's having a thunderstorm in his pants out there. You should know, Lefty. I went into, I took my training pee this morning. Why is it every time you go to a gym, there's always someone in there who has just murdered the bowl? My nose is very stuffed, but still, it was kind of like what Bukaki said. Sometimes you can smell a crime scene, sometimes you can taste it. I just opened the door, went in there, closed the door on the way out again. It was horrible. No, I didn't know Rob from Law and Lumber was in the courtroom. That's interesting. Dumping syndrome is a real thing. My grandmother had it, so no matter if she just got off the toilet, if we drove out to shop somewhere, she had to go to a public restroom. The same lady could sit in a bus for 3 hours and drive to Germany, shop all the stuff she couldn't have in Denmark, and then ride a 3-hour bus trip home and not pee once. But take her from the house and to a store, and she would Sorry, do you have a customer's toilet? You don't pee at the gym? Well, I do. I was really cold today. It was -6 degrees, which is, I think, like 24, 26 degrees Fahrenheit. And I was in my shorts. So I was doing the little, yeah. I put peppermint oil on a mask if it's bad. Now, I don't bring that to the gym. So it's a learned thing. You learn your bladder to not empty properly. Maybe. Well, or else she's just one of those who I go to my gym and then, no, it's still a gym, and then she goes home, so she's not there for long enough to pee. I always wonder who raised them and taught them. The worst thing, and hey, there's no public toilet where you don't have a brush. If you did a Jackson Pollock, just do it. Because if I had done a Jackson Pollock and you came in, you would think this is the most disgusting thing in the world. Why are people like this? You pay to go to this gym. You like it, that it's kind of clean, but they don't go and scrub the toilets every 5 minutes. Just do this for a little bit. You learn it by always going to the toilet to pee before leaving the house, even if you don't feel like peeing. You mess up the bladder response. I didn't know that. I always told my kids to go pee when we had to drive because else I would be driving for 5 minutes. They were like, I need to pee. Yeah, of course we have brushes. How else do you clean when someone took a shit in it? Hey, Milt. Yeah, that's where I am at as well. Sue believes he's innocent. Your bladder wall's thin from being overdistended. If you keep letting your bladder too full, then you'll end up with stress incontinence, even if you never had kids. This is why I love being a daytime streamer as well. Stuff I didn't know. No, we have brushes in our public bathrooms. Yep. Only the finest on Baker's show. No, I don't clean it up. I'll leave the bathroom and then I'll find another bathroom at the gym and pee in that one. I can't take a dump in public. That was really, really troublesome when I got deployed because you had like a shipping container with, I don't know, maybe there was like 8 stalls in it, and you had to sit in there with that was pre-mobile phone, so you sat in there with your book if you were trying to get some quality time. You know, that time where you've been there so long, so your legs have indentations after the seat, and you might have one of your legs is sleeping a little bit. A good time. You know, when you bring your book or you're doom scrolling or something, you don't really do anything. You're just enjoying the heat. And especially when you're in a camp with 400 people, you like to go into a room where you can be alone and lock the door. Maybe you're doing something else, like playing the maracas. And then you are sitting there and you're trying to do yeah, I got it out without it making any noise. And then you just hear 2 stalls down from that guy who didn't consider, hey, there's someone sitting in here as well, taking a dump. So I'm just gonna put all full audio. Stop lying, Sue. There's a new Fedorowski video out, The Hide. You should go watch it. Not now, when I'm done. Well, you are weird people. You probably steal it too. That's why you can't have it. Yeah, but they don't go in and clean after everyone has been in and have a dump. If you go to a McDonald's, they will have a brush as well. Do you have regular toilets in the public restroom? Yeah, it's just a normal EFU. No, a toilet brush. We don't have hair. I would rather share a toilet brush with people than a hairbrush. That's nasty. No, well, we do know, but people don't use it, and that's what I find so disgusting. So what if they're all dirty? Well, I will then find the least dirty, and I will do the and try and close my mouth and nose. Betsy, my pleasure. We have a spray in, you spray in the toilet before you go poo and you smell nothing. Well, I have that in my own bathroom as well, but I don't bring it to the gym because I don't poop in the gym because I can't poop in public. That sounds extremely stressful. Well, it wasn't fun until you learned how to take a dump. I would normally, because I worked as a baker, so I would train myself to do my business at night where no one else was doing it. Yeah, we don't have that many pubs. Don't they have private toilets in the gym? Yeah, yeah, they'll, but you have that idea that if you let one rip, that everyone in the gym will hear it because that's just the same time they'll cut off the music. Kind of like when you're at a bar and says, "Hey, hey, jeg synes du er skide sød," and that's when they stop the music, and you're standing out there, and everyone is like, "Oh, oh, oh, cameraman's moving, cameraman's moving. Is something happening? Or are we just getting a new angle?" Uh, 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 uh. No, that's not the one I want. Why the hell won't it do that? I thought I could just. Boop, 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 boop. I want to do this, 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 and this. This is the link to the new Fedorowski video. There's a man running down the stairs. I don't know why he changed the camera. Judge Wesley Snipes. Yeah, he kind of it looks like Wesley Snipes in New Jack City. There's usually an option from audio from river, a mountain, spring, a meadow, or so in the public toilets. It's very relaxing. I never had that thing where I needed. I played music with a guy who had to have running water to keep him running. I will do that if you know you're a little, you're kind of like, no, I don't want to pull the plug. I'll hold it, and then you hear. Yeah, I will start doing the potty dance, but I've never had that where let's turn on the faucet for me to go. Hey, Buck. Ba, 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 da. And new angle again. Come on, move the camera for something. Move it for something. Do we have bidets? No, bidets are not a thing in Denmark, really. Norwegian public toilets out in nature by the roads might be the best toilets in the world. I hear Japanese ones are very nice too. The worst toilets I have used have been I think I have done the squatty thing in what's happening? Is anything happening? But I think I've done that in maybe we did it in Bosnia, but I'm not 100% sure that. I think we did it at a restroom in Bosnia, but I had a friend who went to Turkey, and they were at a not a great hotel, but not a dump, and they had standing toilets, and that's just nasty. Grant has made me the Queen of Denmark, and Erica Walsh is negotiating geopolitical. Well, Grant is, I'm sorry to say it, I know everyone is starting to, oh, Grant is so great. Grant is still an idiot. And I, like a certain other person, I have a hard time forgetting what they have done. Oh, don't say that, Plushy. I was so hoping that we were getting out of here early. We went to a bathroom in, where the hell were we? I had my kids with me. I think it Wushini? No. It was some public friend's toilet where you put in some money and you can go in and do the thing. And then my daughter opened the door and closed it again. And it has an automatic cycle where it'll tip the floor and then just flush water all over it to clean it up. And the door locked. And I was out on the outside, and I was just ripping in that door to try and get her out of it. And that really scarred her for life, I think. So she's not she doesn't like those auto cleaning toilets anymore. Went to Greece, and you're not supposed to put toilet paper down the loo. You're meant to put it in the bin. No, I didn't do. I flushed. Never used public toilets after learning that. That's because their water system, their sewage system isn't built to the amount of paper. So yeah, you'll just dump your dirty paper in a basket next to the toilet. No, thank you. Yeah, I don't know if you ever watched Colors, that movie from the 80s with Robert Duvall. I think there's a little PCP in his weed. Yeah, I'm not. Again, it's fine that Grant has found out that he might have been wrong, but it's a little too late, in my opinion. Yeah, it's if you ever had a baby hamper, even though you have those, oh, this is gonna be odor sealed. No, it's not. A lot of public toilets like that in Korea, toilet paper goes in a bucket. Yeah, whenever I have to put it in, I always put it in. So I'm glad you sent me the link. I can just push that and then go get it. But the link is at the top of the description if you want to go see Filarowski's new video. And thank you for the super sticker of a lemon character and a baby lemon jumping in the air to do a high five. Thank you, Burke. Feeling better? Nah, not feeling that much better. I might have gone a little too hard yesterday with 4 hours of streaming, 4 hours of sleeping, and then 2 hours of streaming. That Probably wasn't that smart. That's why I'm hoping for a quick verdict today. Doink abandoned ship. No, Doink is just because Lindsay is not an auntie anymore. Then Doink didn't, but he is convinced that Shaun of the Gulf is a part of the CIA, and the CIA is connected to the Karen Reed case, and Will DeClara is part of CIA, and Epstein has some connection to Michael Morrissey. And I'm stupid enough to begin with. I don't need him to figure out more things. Yeah, exactly. Get what was it? MG said, "Go get fucked, Grant," or what was it? Nothing wrong in being a grifter. He's just insane. That's the problem. Also, in some hot places, when there's a shortage of water and drought periods, they reduce water in toilets and showers, etc. Yeah, I think they had it in Spain when we went down there back in the 80s. So I never did it. And thank you, Marissa, for letting me know. But Poxit20 Phil, or whatever his name is, has said 6 more weeks of winter. I know, I do it all the time. But what did the poll say? Why can't I find my poll now? Why can't I find my... Where's my poll? I can't see my poll because I put up a... What the hell? Because I put up a fixed message, I can't see my poll. Or did I end my poll and didn't notice it? I do stupid things sometimes. No? I don't know what I did wrong. The last I saw, it was 75% said, yes, let's watch him be an idiot. I understand. I caught some of his live on replay from Friday, and his psycho mother started randomly screaming at him to move his car and called 911, shouting that he wouldn't move it. I don't want to live with her. Apparently, she's banging Proctor's uncle or something like that. Thank you, Mildly Pretty, for saying I ended it. I might not be fully there yet. Apparently, I also had a conversation for 2 hours that I don't remember. I might be more sick than I think. Who knows? And please stop moving the camera. I get excited every time. I'm so excited. Yeah, I know they every time someone gets a monthly, it'll tell you, become a member, and it'll pop up. And I'm like, no, I've seen you in here before. I don't know why. And then that's why I have the other one open. I would love to try and figure that program out that I tried to use when everything broke down yesterday. And I think I figured out how to run the audio through the right channels, because that has a dedicated channel that'll pop out all the super chats and stuff like that, like I had in my old program. So yeah. Not very Emily C of you. No, I don't need to be like Emily C, because I am lucky enough to know Emily C, and Emily C is a cool cat. I am an a-hole. If you can't see your poll, you might want to lose some weight. Anime, stop it. Will is definitely not CIA. No, anyone can see that. Maybe he's just deep undercover. Stop moving the camera. That sounds like you're sleep deprived. I've had a lot of nights where I'll wake up and I'll just dry cough for like 5 minutes and then fall asleep again. I had one night, I think I woke up 7 times in 1 hour, and I don't want to sleep. So I just went in and sat in my chair and watched my auction show and just felt miserable for 2 hours and then fell asleep in my chair. That wasn't nice. Well, you have to thank Marissa. She was the one who sent me the Uncle Jeff wig, and me and Valhalla need to meet up with him. I think we could have a wonderful afternoon in his garage talking about pew-pews and time in the army. But the expert is undercover intelligence. Yeah, I haven't seen his intelligence at any point, so that's very undercover. Yeah, when you're just, I'm just going to call for an hour, so I'll just stay up. Sounds exactly how, yeah. Yeah, Uncle Jeff sounds like a cool guy. That's why I'm kind of hoping we're getting a verdict within a couple of hours today, so I can, yeah. The Uncle Jeff with the baby video where he was just, hey kid, you need to learn this. Yes, we're still on verdict watch. 4 hours and 39 minutes so far. And they keep flipping the camera. That's, yeah. Oh, thank you so much for supporting. He had to tie the back of the bandana part, like Hulk Hogan. Yeah, I couldn't figure out what, because there's like a flap and then there's 2 things that you can tie. Broken hearted. Did I get your milestone in chat? I think I was over on Rumble, so I will go back and see your milestone. Your milestone, because it doesn't put a color on it in this chat. We could hear you at your very end of your test stream. Yeah, but it's because it's more complicated, that program. It has different audio sources and it can go through different channels. So the mic didn't really pick up anything, and then something. Miss Scarlett celebrates 1 month of membership. Hey Baker, loved you and Emily C yesterday. Thank you so much, Miss Scarlett. I loved being with Emily C yesterday. The flap goes under the tie. Okay. Well, how many trials have we sat here and said, yeah, that'll be out in 15 minutes. And then 2 days later, we're just sitting there. What's happening? But I want to do this because I didn't watch it. So, and the good thing is, no, I don't want the sleep timer, because he will put me to sleep. Let's speed it up a bit. And I'll keep the screen on my tablet, so yes.
Reporter Brendan Banfield, BrendanBanfield.
And Brendan, how old are you?
40.
And you were married to Christine Banfield, correct?
Yes.
And how long were you and Christine together?
We were together since we were 18.
And how did you meet?
We met freshman year at college at Quinnipiac University.
Now, where are you originally from?
I am from Long Island, New York.
And is that where you grew up?
Yes, I lived there the majority of my life.
Now, what prompted you to come down to Virginia?
I received a promotion from my job with the Internal Revenue Service. I previously was a tax compliance officer, and I received a promotion to special agent with IRS criminal investigation.
Okay, we'll get back to that later. Let's talk about your family. Before Christine's death, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your family was.
My family was me, Christine, and my daughter Valerie.
And what kind of things would you do? And well, prior to you having Valerie, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy together?
Christine and I had a very active social life. We spent a lot of time with our friends. This included playing board games and cards, as well as going on vacations together, and going on vacations with other couples that we were friends with. We did a lot of hiking, going to different forests and different mountains kind of around the country. We also spent some time. We played kickball together. We did quite a bit intramurally.
Okay. And when
What is kickball? Is it football that because you're weird and you named the wrong sport football and you try and call it soccer? Is that kickball? Or what is kickball? I never figured out what the hell kickball is. Oh, America, why are you like this? Oh. Try to hit people with the ball. Yeah, dodgeball is dodgeball. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. No, these people did it with all the couples they were swinging with.
Valerie came along, were you in New York or were you in Virginia?
We were still in New York at that point.
Okay. And so how old was she when you left New York?
She was not one yet. She was 10, 11 months.
Okay. Now, what kind of things, and sorry, once again, before Valerie, what kind of things would, in addition to the hiking, what kind of things would you and Christine enjoy doing together?
I would say that we spent a lot of time together. When we weren't working, we did a lot of work around our house. We had two dogs, two huskies that.
Sir, let's move on.
I don't know why it cut there.
Did you have a relationship with Juliana Peres Magalhães?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when
This is Lorne and Cram's compilation of his stream. Maybe they were like, yeah, that's too fucking boring. We're just going to skip that.
did that start?
I guess the relationship started as professional in October of 2021 when she came to be a au pair or a nanny for our family.
Okay, and she came through an agency?
Yes, from Cultural Care is the agency.
What were the parameters of the cultural care exchange that she came through? Do you know?
Did we miss anything important in all of that? I can find a different feed for it if we missed a lot of important stuff. But I fell asleep so many times during his testimony, so. It's because even the stream couldn't take his bullcrap. Well, that's his sad face.
She would come and provide childcare for the family. It would include room and board.
In Denmark, we talk about it almost every year because we have, there will always be a story about some au pairs in, we call it the whiskey belt. That's north of Copenhagen where all the rich people live. And there's always stories about, oh, they are overworked and underpaid and it's just a scam and blah, blah, blah. So we talk about au pairs every year. So, but I've had friends who went to America as au pairs. You may have missed how many times he says he's tall. Yeah. Hey, Dark Lotus. Yeah, we call it stickbolt, eller høvdingbolt.
That she would be able to take educational opportunities, such as at a local community college. She can work, I believe, up to 45 hours a week, and she would generally provide a loving environment and activities for Valerie.
Okay. And had you had a previous au pair before her?
Yes, we had an au pair prior to her. Her name was Amanda. She was with us for 2.5 years.
And
her?
and so Juliana was your second au pair?
Correct.
And so explain kind of from when she got there in October.
He was an IRS agent and she was a nurse. So I don't know how rich they were.
21, what were her duties and how did you utilize her time when you and Christine were working?
So once we moved to Virginia, our work schedules were, I guess, more erratic because my work schedule was not set any longer as well. So Christine would still be working generally the 12.5-hour days, but I may have to work at hours that could start at 5 in the morning and sometimes could be going late into the evening. So while generally I would know what I had to do for the day and maybe how long it would take, it wasn't convenient for conventional childcare in terms of having Valerie go to, say, a daycare, because generally they're not open at 6:30 in the morning until nighttime. So generally, the au pair that we had would work similar hours.
Didn't we hear that Valerie went to the daycare too? So he had an au pair, but she still went to daycare?
That Christine had. And when I got home from work, the au pair would be no longer working for the day, or if it was on the weekend that Christine had to work, the au pair generally would be off. So the au pair kind of worked basically 3 12-hour shifts coinciding with Christine's job most of the time. But sometimes if Christine didn't have that many hours during the regular work week, Christine may choose to have the au pair work other hours so that Christine could get things done around the house or other activities that she had to do.
So in terms of your contact with Juliana, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what kind of contact would you have on a daily basis prior to having a relationship?
Prior to having a relationship, it was mostly logistical. I may inform her when I was going to get home from work, if I had any delays, making sure that Valerie was getting to, say, dance lessons if
Well, they didn't hire a hot young girl. They hired a mildly attractive Brazilian 22-year-old girl with a decent size set of cans. Yeah. That has never gone wrong in the history of humankind. That a guy with a six-head has access to a mildly hot, big-chested woman. I have never, ever heard that could end in disaster. Never, ever, ever have I ever heard that could, especially because I'm saying she's a gold digger, but she comes from Brazil. Landing a guy like him, we know how much cops in Massachusetts make. She could improve her living conditions tremendously if she got a ring. So, and she lives in the house, and the wife works nights. One in chat if you have ever heard that went anywhere wrong, where a young woman who might have had money interests lived with a older guy who really likes to talk about how tall he is, has ended up in a disaster in a marriage. I have never ever heard, never have I ever heard about that. Yeah, he wanted sex and she wanted a green card. That's how it is. Yeah. Well, if you're using her to instead of daycare, well, then let her come over. But having her live in your house, especially when the wife works nights, yeah.
Christine and I were not available then. Juliana would generally bring Valerie to preschool on the days that she was working. And we might just talk about activities for her to do with Valerie on days that they were working.
Okay. And when was it that this turned from a working relationship to something else?
In August of 2022.
Okay. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that happened.
So,
Well, that doesn't work either because Schwarzenegger banged his housekeeper. Beauty and the Beast. She wasn't that pretty. Ladies, in confidence, just between you and me, and don't tell any fellas out there I'm going to say this. You and me only. Men are pigs. We have this little head that we'll think with instead of thinking with the big head. And when we think with that head, no matter how big or small it is, there's not enough blood left in the rest of our body to think with this head. And if a young lady says, "Hola, señor," and does this, we think oh my. So take it from a 27-year-old virgin. Don't hire a mildly hot Brazilian and put her in your house. Don't even hire a very not hot Brazilian and put her in your house. Don't put any women in your house. Don't have friends come over and let their wife put upside down pineapples in your house. Unless you are into that as well. No kink shaming, but I'm just saying, when something stands to attention, this one is on vacation. No, she's not hot, but she doesn't need to be. She just needs to do this and say, "Hola, señor," which she wouldn't say because she's Portuguese. But I don't know. Compliano, I don't know what they say in Portugal. She just have to do that, and he would be, "I'm tall. Oh, I get to squeeze a new pair." Men are pigs. I'm just saying. I know it comes from this is a big surprise to a lot of you ladies, but that's men.
in August,
Oh, how beautiful.
Juliana and I were home alone. I had to work on both Saturday and Sunday. So I believe the original day was a Friday. Christine and Valerie were in New York.
There will be men who thinks, well, a hole's a hole.
And Juliana started texting me while I was preparing food in the kitchen. It was an unusual line of text as she was complaining about.
Let me, if I may just
Sure.
interrupt. Where was she and where were you in the house?
I was in the kitchen I believe she was upstairs in her room.
Okay, sorry. Please go. Continue.
It was a unusual text conversation in terms of that Juliana was complaining about her dating activity and the people that she was seeing at the time. I don't particularly like texting, and I think I basically said that if she wanted to talk, that she could come to the kitchen.
Okay, and what?
What? I don't particularly like texting. Yeah, it's kind of like when Emily pulled up that phrase they used. Place glass is something you do actively. It's not something you would say about a crime scene. You think? Banging the nanny while how old was the daughter? 2 years old? Yeah. Yeah, that's probably why he didn't like texting, because he was also a serial philanderer.
If anything happened?
At that point, Juliana showed me quite a few screenshots of her dating app. I believe it was Hinge.
Now I understand why people said you need to see this. She's your effing au pair. Why is a 22-year-old girl showing grandfather over here her Hinge hookups? Oh, the daughter was 4. Still, he's an asshole. If my daughters were on a dating app, I would be very disturbed if they found someone my age to say, "Oh, look, I matched with this guy. I'm going to show him a real Brazilian." What the hell is this about? I think that he wanted her to. This sounds like he had some kind of kink about it, that he probably set her up. Well, hey, you can go look for a guy on Hinge, and maybe I can check them to see if they're any good or something like that. He is really weird, really, really fucking weird. He's why you should not take the stand. The way he tries not to smile when talking about Juliana. Yeah, that's especially when it's your wife that's killed. Promises.
And the people that were in the Hinge app all had similar names to me. Their names were Brendan and Brandon and Brennan. And these were people that she had matched with on the app.
There is in one of his letters a reference that could mean that he had seen guys before, yes.
And so, and how did it progress from there?
She was making quite a few jokes about it. At some point, I finished cooking and was eating. I don't believe that Juliana actually ate dinner at the same time. We talked about other unrelated things. Talked about there was some family history of alcoholism and how her family in Brazil was dealing with that. And we spent maybe an hour and a half or 2 hours talking about some random things, but also about her dating history. During this time, when she was talking about different people, she was described people that she was interested in, people that were taller, people that were older, and it appeared to me that she was, along with the photos, the screenshots that she had shown me of people that she had matched with, that she was basically describing me.
Don't do that sly little smile when you're thinking about that night where you got to visit her front garden the first time. And ladies, again, I'm a virgin. I don't know how to talk to ladies. So if I want to get in your pants, first of all, I have to tell you, I'm not texting. Second of all, I have to listen to the other guys you're banging. And third of all, nothing make you moister than a sponge cake than talking about the alcoholism in your family and how you handle that. I'm not sure that's in the smutty books that Jamie reads. Well, my uncle has a drinking problem, and it really tore the family apart because he just couldn't. Every time he got his paycheck, he went straight to the bar, and my aunt, she couldn't feed the family, so we had to take care of the kids. Oh, Mr. Brendan, can I have you?
Also, I guess when we were having this conversation, we were sitting at the island in the kitchen, and she scooted her seat closer to mine a couple times.
And so what did you do at that point?
I did not stop her advances. At some point, I told her that I was going to go upstairs, indicating that I was going to go to bed. And she said that she was tired and that she was going to do the same. A little bit of information about the upstairs of my house. Once you go upstairs, the master bedroom is to the left, and all the other bedrooms are to the right. So her bedroom, a guest bedroom, and Valerie's bedroom are to the right. When I went upstairs, I went to the left, and
I think it's weird because she is clearly trying to get into his pants. That's what I understood. She says, "Hey, Mr. Brendan, see all these guys who are taller and older and has your name? That's an opening move." And then she said, "Oh, by the way, my uncle is a massive alcoholic and our family back home is ruined." She could just have done the second opening move, just pull down her shirt a little bit and show some cleavage. That would be easier than talking about a drunk uncle.
she also took a step towards the left
No,
with me.
I don't, but there will be if I get the house
had
I'm
a
looking at. So
Brief conversation
ladies,
there, and then she came with me into my bedroom.
Did you ever talk to her either that night or later about a continuing relationship?
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship. She had indicated that she was concerned
Of the laptop,
What
where
the
it
hell?
would be on a regular basis.
I want to know about the relationship. I'm going to find another feed because this is annoying. This is annoying that they have cut it up so much. So we're gonna find the original because I need to know about this relationship. Sorry, I thought that there was just there. But apparently they chose to make it shitty. Boom, 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 boom. Just have to find out.
there was like designing of about where their child was and how worked at a. We were always together, always a lot of time on her education. Christine
Sir, can you see the picture? And sir, here, I move that.
I'm just trying to find it.
College, she can, and we might just talk about activities basically describing me, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her
I think this.
a continuing relationship?
Yes, I found it.
We did not talk that night about continuing a relationship. We did talk about, I would say, in the next few days, I guess we spoke a little bit about the relationship.
I have my tablet running next to me. They are 5 hours, 8 minutes, and 19 seconds into verdict.
She had indicated that she was concerned that I was going to tell Christine and that she was going to be essentially fired and sent back and lose her job, which I indicated that I wasn't going to tell her.
Okay. Did you tell her anything about what had just happened and what that was?
Yes, I mean, that would be that we were having an affair. I had also indicated to her that I had previous affairs, and that really this was just an affair, and not that there would be no other relationship, that there's,
Try a Snickers.
that basically that this is something that I have had affairs previously and that there's nothing.
Yeah, we skipped a lot of the story about him and Christine, but I went in and found the part where we were just getting to the relationship.
That changes in mine and Christine's relationship.
Now, was Christine aware of your affair?
I don't believe she was aware of the affair between me and Juliana.
Was she aware of your previous affairs?
She was aware of at least 2 previous affairs.
Okay. And likewise, were you aware of her affairs?
Yes, I was also aware that she had affairs.
Okay. And how did the two of you manage in your relationship moving forward with those facts?
So I guess in about 2013, it was found that we had quite a few discussions. At that point, Christine was working at the private healthcare, and she would travel for work for an entire week at a time, basically. And during this time, she would not be available to come home. Her shift was literally the entire week. So we were separated a lot. My job, I was.
How many nurses are in chat right now? Do you work a full week? My mom used to work at the hospital as a lab technician. Yeah, she could do overtime and stuff like that, but working a full week, the union wouldn't like that in Denmark. No indication whatsoever that Christine have had any affairs. There is a letter, and I was looking in the evidence list, but it hasn't been admitted. There was a letter that came in right as he got arrested about this guy from New York, from the only post office in the state of New York that doesn't have video surveillance. That's where it had its post stamp from. That Christine was such a freak. She was wick all the time. She was out there doing all the crazy stuff, and the defense tried to get it in, but it wasn't allowed in as evidence. You can only do 12, 16-hour shifts. Yeah, that's. I have friends who are nurses, even doing the COOF. You don't do that. She was working the entire week. That was basically her shift. No.
In my previous position, but my job also required some travel I spent about 6 months in Jacksonville. I spent another month in Kansas City. I was living in New York, but I also spent some time here in the DC area. So we were both traveling quite a lot for work. I guess that was poor for our relationship at that point. We had gone to therapy. We went to couples therapy for several months. We had decided that we were going to continue.
But did she work far away? Didn't she work in Virginia? We have a lot of nurses in Denmark not a lot, but some will do we go to Greenland for like 6 months because you get a shit ton of pay, or we will go to Norway because you get a shit ton of pay. Yeah, I can get that where you go and, okay, I'm going to stay in Greenland for 6 months and I'm going to live there. But if you're just locally working, even if you're doing 12-hour shifts, I know from myself, I don't sleep anywhere else but my own bed. I hate sleeping anywhere else. Every time I'm at my brother's house, he says, you don't want to stay a bit longer, you can just borrow a bed. No, I'm going to drive home no matter how tired I am. I want to be in my own bed. I don't sleep well. And I don't think I would be, if she's like jumping in an on-call room or something like that. Yeah. I don't know. Kesima, I don't judge him. Don't judge him too fast. It's yeah. I think that was that harlot, that Brazilian vixen with her tatas out. He's a victim in this.
In your marriage.
Never trust a lady with
So
boobies.
now back to 2022. You and Juliana were having an affair outside of the knowledge of Christine.
Yes.
And how did that look on a daily basis?
It's not the same. It's not the same all the time, but I guess it depended, I guess, a lot on Christine's work schedule. So Juliana may spend time with me and Valerie during the day instead of when I would get home from work. Juliana used to just kind of leave. She might go to her room or she might go out prior to our relationship. And afterwards, it was more like she chose to do whatever I was going to do with Valerie, whether it was going to be stay home or, like I was Valerie's soccer coach. So when I would go to soccer practice, sometimes Juliana would go, even though I wasn't interacting with her at all. Basically, she was choosing to be with me whenever she could choose to be with me.
So let's move toward the October timeframe of 2022. Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old.
Did you ever create any sort of a plan with Juliana?
No, there was no plan. At this point, our relationship is maybe 6 to 8 weeks old. I think that it's an absurd line of questioning for something that.
How long do your relationship have had to have been for you to plan to kill your wife? Do you need to get over the 20 week, the 30 week, So you can't plan to kill your wife within the first 12 weeks of banging your nanny. When is it you start to make the plan to kill your wife? When you said that sentence inside of your head, did it make sense? Or did you just say, yeah, well, I would have killed her if it had lasted a little longer? No, he was asked, did you have any plan to kill your wife or kill Christine? And he said, no, at this point, we're 6 to 8 weeks into our relationship, though. So it's an absurd question, which means there is a time you can be in a relationship. And then it's not an absurd question to ask, when are you going to kill your wife? Oh, around 6 months. If anyone is married to Mei Lin or is dating Mei Lin, check your calendars. Yes, that was what he was asked. Did you at some point plan to kill your wife?
It is not serious that that a plan was made to get rid of my wife. That is absolutely crazy.
So with no plan, let's talk about Silver Eagle Armory.
Sure.
Okay. So how did that happen where Juliana went to you or went with you to the Silver Eagle Armory?
So it was basically one of those things where it was something that I was going to be doing outside the house. Generally, I would go to a shooting range.
But why would your defense attorney ask that question and this is your answer? Did you at any point plan to kill your wife? Absolutely not. I know it sounds weird for me to say this today because, yes, I did have a relationship, but that was because I had a high sexual drive. But I really loved my wife. I know from watching it from the outside and in, both of us was having affairs, but we really loved each other and we were just having an open relationship. So it would be absurd to even think about something like that. That's the answer you should have given, not that, no, we only been screwing the nanny for 8 weeks. Come on now, that's too early to plan to kill your wife. Look at Amy Fisher. Who's Amy Fisher? Oh, that's good. Maersk was actually founded in my city. Do you have a Brazilian nanny? You need the Brazilian nanny to get there. But they are boring. I read them, and it's just her having a depression and being sorry that she's gonna rat on him, and then she's complaining about some letters that he sent her that we don't have.
Every month, every other month, to practice before my qualifications for my job.
And how many times did you have to qualify for your job?
You have to qualify twice a year, but there's practice there's practice on the opposite quarters. So there would be, I guess, 2 trainings and 2 qualifications. And generally I would go practice prior to having one of those training sessions or qualifications at my job.
And how is it that Juliana ended up coming?
I was going to be going there anyways. She thought it would be fun to attend as well, as it was going to be out of the house. It was something that there wasn't going to be a risk of being found out by Christine.
Okay, so the relationship continued into that October, December timeframe?
Yes.
Okay. So when you're...
He shot him in the head, so it was a kill shot, but he was just lucky.
Training for people that go to Silver Eagle, is there any sort of training class or anything like that?
The first time you go there, they do a safety class, making sure that you understand the fundamentals of using a firearm, that you treat all firearms if they're loaded. You never point a firearm at anything that you're not willing to shoot. Things like that, making sure that you understand the safety mechanisms of a firearm, and making sure that you understand range etiquette, that the gun should always be pointed down range, should never be pointed at another person, things like that.
And is this something that you knew through your training?
Yes, this is something that is also discussed in my trainings.
And so would this training that you're talking about at Silver Eagle be for someone who's never shot a gun before?
Yes, it would be for a kind of a beginner lesson.
Okay. And she went with you twice, correct?
Yes, she did.
Was there, in having her come to the range, was there any plan that she was going to back you up on some plan?
I mean, there was no plan at this point when we had gone to the range. There was none of the suspect email account. There was no FetLife account. There was no Telegram messages. None of that existed at the point that we went to the range.
Okay. Now, did FetLife or Gmail or Telegram ever exist for you?
I did not know about them until after Christine died. I didn't get to see them until after Juliana's arrest.
And you're talking about the criminal reports, the police reports, things like that?
Yes.
The things that the Commonwealth gives?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move toward, so let me ask you this. There's some dates that came up recently.
Sadly, they did. The guy they set up to be the attacker was hit in the temple, and it went straight through without clipping his brain, but it took his I don't know if it took his optical nerves or whatever, but he went blind, and then he was later pew-pewed in the chest. It wasn't an instant fatal. She was stabulated 3 times in the left side of the neck, cut somewhere on the neck, and stabbed so badly that her skull fractured in the back. And it was, what was it they called it? A nearly instant. He was a nearly instant, and she was what was it? Well, she had minutes to live. So not only did she get attacked by a total stranger in her own house, her husband comes in, pew-pews him, and she thinks, oh, I'm going to survive. And then her husband goes over and stabs her, in my opinion. Oh, he's going to victim blame her as well. Of course. Talking about victim blaming. Hey, Farley.
Some dates that came up recently relating to the FetLife account and lack of activity. Do you remember what occurred, what was going on January 13th and 14th of 2023?
Not specifically, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember a weekend in Winchester?
Yes, I do remember a weekend in
Who was
Winchester.
with you in Winchester?
I went to Winchester for work. I was going to be there for 2 days. So I had a hotel, and Juliana drove there herself, not with me, later the evening of the first day, if I remember correctly.
And she stayed there with you?
As I remember, the ME testified that her larynx was cut. She couldn't have said anything.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember what was going on at home with Christine and Valerie?
I believe my mother-in-law, Linda, was with Christine and Valerie.
Okay. That was on the 31st of January and February 1st?
I don't remember the exact date of Winchester, but
Okay. Would that be common for your mother-in-law or even your mother to come down to help out with the kids?
well, there's only Valerie, but yes, it is extremely common that the grandmothers came to visit us. Oftentimes, each of them may come almost as every 4 to 6 weeks, and they may spend between 5 and 10 days. As I had said before, Valerie was the only grandchild of both sides of the grandparents, and so there was quite a lot of support from the grandparents with Valerie.
Okay. Now, January 13th and January 14th, was that one of those days when someone was visiting? Or that weekend?
I mean, they visited frequently, but I don't remember specifically that they visited that weekend.
Okay. Now, let's talk about February 24th. Can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were you doing that morning? What was your plan for the day with work or with the family or?
Sure. February 23rd is my birthday, and the evening I was planning to drive to New York.
Yes, we did that. This is before this. Now we're getting to the day. And I love that they had a rebuttal witness come in and say, fuck no, we didn't have any meeting that day.
With Valerie, my friends in New York had planned a birthday party for me in New York.
And I'm sorry, the 23rd was your birthday. Are you talking about the next day?
The previous day.
Previous day of 23rd?
So I believe February 23rd was a Thursday, which was
Right.
my 38th birthday, and the 24th was today that.
Okay. And my question was, when you were talking about going up, your friends were having a party. You're talking about the 24th?
Well, yes, because that was Friday, and I had to work on that Friday still, so I was going to go to New York in the evening.
Okay. So the 24th, your day was planned, and what did you fill your day with in terms of your plan?
So, but in terms of the day was an important day for me at work as well. There was a important meeting for one of my cases. There was going to be a undercover operation for one of my cases. And we were meeting with the undercover officer, a senior special agent, and my manager. And that meeting was scheduled for 9:30 that day. This was a particularly important meeting for me, as had been indicated that success in this case may lead to me getting a promotion to a senior special agent.
Okay. So had you ever heard that kind of talk before?
Yes. Other people that were hired at a similar time as me, you have to hit certain milestones before you could progress to being a senior agent.
So Friday, February 24th, 2023 was potentially a milestone for you,
Yes,
for your career?
it was supposed to.
It's probably easier if you can send it to the expert. I can bring it home if I go to Tennessee. But Edwin Otis Nielsen. That sounds very, very Danish. But sure. I do have some paintings hanging in my other room. Not all of it looks as crazy as this.
The meeting that would set up for the undercover operation, which was going to take place most likely on Tuesday. So we were going to go over all the documentation and the plan for the operation.
Everyone stop what you're doing. Everyone stop what you're doing. It's Lisa's birthday. Me. I dag er det Lisas fødselsdag. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Hun sikkert sig en gave for, som hun har ønsket sig i år, med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Hvor smiler hun, hvor er hun glad. Hurra, hurra, hurra. Men denne dag er også rar, for hjemme venter mor og far med dejlig chokolade og kager til. Happy birthday, Lisa. Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Wasn't that a Simpsons with Michael Jackson? Happy birthday, Lisa. 23 never looked that good.
Operation on Tuesday, the following week.
Okay. Now, so what did that mean in terms of your normal waking up or any other usual habits?
I'll come over.
I woke up a little bit earlier that day. I was planning.
Oh. I'm retracting everything I'm saying. Lisa is a cheater. She stole her free birthday song. One of the mods make a little notation. So when Lisa comes sneaking around saying, oh, today is my real birthday, don't you do your Valhalla tricks on us. Valhalla had that going for 2 years where every single day people thought it was his birthday. You lady are put on the list now. I don't care. I don't care. That's good. That's good for your stomach. So I'm sorry, Lisa. You are on the list now.
I was planning to get to my office, which is in Vienna, a little bit earlier so that I could set up the conference room, have my documents ready, have my presentation ready, have the document for the operation available so that it could be signed off by management.
Okay. And so what time did you wake up that morning?
I believe I woke up 6:30.
Okay. And do you remember whether or not Christine was up?
Christine I had seen seemed to be awake and on her cell phone when I was getting ready and taking a shower to get ready for work.
Okay. Now, did you have any sort of interaction with her at that time?
Yes, she was aware that I had this meeting that day. She wished me luck. She said that she would talk to me before I headed to New York with Valerie. Told me that
I don't have everyone just uses the experts P.O. box. I hope that he still has one. Jemima put it in the chat earlier. And then whenever I get, I will most likely, I have to buy the tickets. Yes, I know. I will most likely be in Tennessee the first week of June. I have a trial day on the 1st of June, but the 3rd, 4th, and 5th is when we're gonna do the Dollywood meetup this year. So I'll probably be in Tennessee the 3rd or the 4th, and then around that time. Okay, yeah, Valhalla uses this as well, and he knows that he gets stuff for us.
Told me she loved me and have a good day.
Okay, so you carried on with your morning. What did that entail?
I went downstairs and got my work laptop out of the basement. My work from home space at that time was in the basement. I have a desk. I have a desk down there. It's because it's quiet. So I got my work stuff ready. I made sure that I had all of my equipment. Getting ready on a typical day would mean that I need to have my credentials, which includes my badge, my firearm, my holster, my handcuffs, two magazines, a belt clip badge, my work cell phone, and then generally I would also have my personal cell phone, my wallet, and my keys, which includes to my government vehicle.
And so you had a holster that would hold the gun?
Yes,
And to what side was that holster?
it's on the right because I'm right-handed.
Okay, and so presumably you're putting it in the right and the gun comes out of it on the right side?
Correct.
Okay. Now, who else was up when you, and what else was going on in the house that you were involved with?
I know Juliana was downstairs when I came upstairs from getting my work stuff out, my work laptop out of the basement. I don't remember exactly what she was doing. I think she might have been getting stuff ready in the kitchen.
Let me just stop you right there. Prior to that time, which would be February 24th, had you ever taken Christine's laptop or taken her phone out of a bag near the door?
No, I don't take her laptop. I have no reason to use her laptop. I don't have access to her laptop. It's not a password that I know. I have my own work laptop. I have my own home desktop. I have my own, actually I have two cell phones. I have a personal cell phone and a work cell phone. Our devices were completely separate.
And so, in terms of, that's fine. In terms of the idea of the laptop, where it would be on a regular basis, do you have a recollection of where she would put her laptop?
Christine kept her laptop actually in several places. Sometimes it is by the front door when she gets home. She would have a backpack, and she would bring the backpack and drop it off, and generally go visit Valerie and our dog and me. But usually she would go upstairs and she would bring her backpack with her, and her desk is in the sitting area of our master bedroom. So if you were to go into the master bedroom, you can kind of either go left or right, and to the left is the sitting area, which is where Christine does her work and has her desk and her file and has her files for her job. And if you went to the right, it would be where the master bedroom is, and for a little bit further, the master bathroom. But she didn't also only keep her laptop at her desk. I would say the majority of her use would be sitting in bed with her back against the headboard while she had TV on or something like that. And And when she would be done, she might put the laptop in between her nightstand and the bed, or on the nightstand itself, or back on her desk, generally at night.
And so, and what about her phone? Where would there be a particular place where she might leave her phone?
I mean, her phone was basically always connected to her. Her phone wasn't really away from her basically ever. I mean, she would keep it in her pocket.
So following up on the discussion we had about a plan, was there ever any time, and I think you indicated that you never went and grabbed her laptop or whatever, was there ever any time you observed Juliana going to grab her laptop or her phone?
I never observed Juliana grab her laptop or her phone. Juliana also has her own laptop and phone.
Now, what, if anything, was Juliana and what were Juliana and Valerie supposed to be doing on February 24th?
Christine had scheduled for Valerie and Juliana to go to the zoo, at the main zoo in Washington, D.C.
Okay. Did you have any role in that?
I didn't have any role in planning the trip. I was aware of the trip.
And how did you become aware of the trip?
Christine had told me that that was something they were going to do.
Okay, so you never kind of forced that on her for the 24th?
No, it was also written on our calendar. That was shown earlier. Christine had written it on the calendar. She had also written it on Juliana's work schedule in her au pair book.
Now, what, if anything, did you know about the plan for that day for them?
I knew that they were planning to go in the morning. I don't recall if I knew what time they were supposed to go, but I knew they were going in the morning, and I knew that when I saw Juliana in the morning, that's what she was working on doing, was getting Valerie ready. But Juliana had actually asked me to go get Valerie from upstairs. At some point in the morning, I heard Valerie's feet, meaning that she got out of her bed and pounded down the hallway and ran into my room.
Okay.
And so Juliana had asked me to get Valerie, because Valerie wasn't in her room, to start getting her ready. So I got Valerie out of my bed, which happened after I had finished getting my equipment ready.
And did you see Christine there?
Yes, when I had gone back upstairs, Christine was there, and she was sitting up. She was sitting up in bed. She had the blanket over her lap.
I just look up the opening hours because I thought that's a weird. I don't know how far away Virginia is from Washington Zoo. I know it's kind of like a suburb to Washington, but you're getting ready to leave at 7 in the morning, and you drive in there. They actually recommend that you take public transportation because it's $30 to park there. You drive in there. First of all, 7 a.m. is probably the worst time to go driving around Washington if you're going into the city. If you go to Copenhagen in a car in Denmark, you will never ever try and get in there between 7 and 9. 7 and 9 will be where everyone is commuting. So you'll never take those. You don't take the train, you don't take your car, because you will get stuck somewhere. It's about a 40-minute drive. So let's say they leave at 7 o'clock, 7:10. They are at the zoo 10 minutes before the zoo opens. It opens at 8 a.m. every morning. But there's a high likelihood you will get stuck in commuter traffic. And why would you do it at that time in February? Why didn't you wait? It's a 4-year-old. Some still have a little nap in the day, but why don't you give her lunch and then you drive? You're there from 1 till 3, 4 o'clock. You drive home and give her dinner, and then she can snooze in the car. Why don't you do that? Why the hell would you go at 8 in the morning? I used to have to leave at like 5, 6 to get to Boston by 9, even though it's supposed to be less traffic than 2-hour drive due to traffic. Yeah, and that's when I did my training to become an international soldier. You have to have your normal military training, and then because we use different weapon systems, or back then we had new weapon systems that we had to implement. I had to drive. I lived in Copenhagen, and I had to drive 45 minutes, no, half an hour north of Copenhagen to go to the barracks. It took me an hour because everyone is driving back and forth like that. It's just such a stupid thing.
She had both her laptop and her cell phone.
Okay, and what, if any,
His wife did tell it was Christine who had set it up for the daughter. That's what he said. It was the wife who planned the zoo trip. There's not much to do at the National Zoo in DC, so with an average low of 30 and a high about 40 in February, that would be too cold to enjoy the zoo. I used to. We have a zoo in the town called Odense, and we got a year pass for the kids. So when I drove them home on Sundays, if the weather was good, we would stop. We'd leave early, and then we would do the zoo trip. And sometimes it was cold, but in Denmark, you say there's no bad weather. That's just the wrong clothes. So of course you would just mitten up and put some top hats on, whatever you call them. So you could do it, but if it was really cold, I didn't want to walk around because the animals are less active and the kids are miserable. So yeah, why would you get a kid? And everyone have had a 4-year-old at 7 in the morning. If they're ready to leave at 7, she's been up since 6. And she's still in I want Bluey mode. And you're going to drive her to a park in 30-degree weather. Yeah. Well, that's cool. That's cool. I should have adopted an animal. I want to adopt an otter. Rocky Balboa asked Adrian to marry him at the Zoom while it was snowing, and that's the world's greatest love story. This guy might just be a hopeless romantic. Yeah. I forget that he is from that part of America where they speak a little more forward. Yeah, because go get the kid, and then they were supposed to leave. So she was getting a Lunchable in the car. What was going on? Oh, Zachariah.
thing did, so when you took Valerie, where did you take her in order to
Valerie was sleepy, so when I picked her up, she was still kind of limp, and I carried her downstairs to Juliana, and Juliana got her, kind of woke her up gently and changed her out of pajamas and into.
Again, why would you wake her up to take her to the zoo at 7? It's going to be a shitty day for you. It's going to be a shitty day for the kid. Anyone on that jury who has kids knows this story is absolutely bullcrap. No one would do that. No one. Yeah, you know how kids are. They have a lot of up and down energy. It's kind of like the expert. when they live on pixie sticks.
into her clothes for the day.
Okay. Did you take any part in getting ready, get sandwiches ready, get anything like that ready?
No, I was getting ready. I was getting ready to leave myself. I wasn't.
What time-
Besides collecting Valerie, I wasn't doing anything to help them get ready for the day.
What time did you get out of the house that day? Do you have any recollection?
Roughly 7.
Okay,
A couple minutes
and-
after 7.
Would that be a usual time for you to leave?
I would say a more usual time for me to leave is roughly 7:30.
Okay. And in this instance, you were going earlier for what reason?
I was going earlier to just make sure that I had plenty of time in Vienna to get my presentation ready and have the conference room ready for when management was going to inspect my operation and documents for the operation that was supposed to happen on Tuesday.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you said Vienna. Why Vienna?
Vienna is where my office is. We have a couple offices, but that's the one that I'm stationed out of.
That's the home office for you?
Yes, that's my home office. The main office is in Washington D.C., but this is one of the satellite offices, and that's the one that I work out of.
And what time was that
No,
meeting
because they
set for?
didn't
It was set for
do a
9:30.
crime scene investigation.
so
that
you
day
left at
in
7?
the house. They
For
thought
what
that
reason?
it was a good shooting.
I left at 7. I was going to go get breakfast, and after breakfast, I was going to get on the 267 toll road and head towards my office.
Okay. And where did you end up going to breakfast that morning?
I went to McDonald's for breakfast.
Okay. Is that a common occurrence for you?
I would say that I occasionally go to McDonald's, but I often pick up breakfast on my way to work. Not necessarily McDonald's. Sometimes it's bagel places or a place to get an egg sandwich.
Okay.
Things like that.
So it's not uncommon. You don't usually make your breakfast at home?
On the weekend, I usually make a bigger breakfast for everyone. But no, normally I don't make breakfast for myself before work.
So when you went to McDonald's, you saw the video that the Commonwealth showed of you driving up to the drive-through,
Yes.
and it looks as though, well, it appears you go past the drive-through at one point. Is that correct?
I did. I circled the drive-through.
What was the reason for that?
The McDonald's app has a QR code so that you get reward points and you can use the deals that you get. And when I initially opened it, it didn't provide me with my code. And that's why I was like blocking the drive-through. And so then I basically just got back in line once the code came up.
Okay, and so
I occasionally go to McDonald's. We couldn't tell. I don't have a McDonald's app. This guy never ever goes to McDonald's, but he has the McDonald's app so he can get his reward points that he won't use because he hardly ever goes to McDonald's. But that single day, he just chose it so he could leave a digital trail that he was in the McDonald's app. What? Oh, he has seen it on video. Yeah, it's those little trails you leave when you want to establish an alibi. But I hardly ever go to McDonald's, but I have the McDonald's app. I have a billion apps from air traveling companies because we can't talk together, so they don't work. And I delete them every time I get home because I'm so annoyed of having all these apps in my. I don't have apps I don't use regularly. I hate it.
It was pretty quick.
I'm gonna make
And you
myself some
had that
dinner.
app
Still no
on
verdict.
your phone at that time?
I've had the McDonald's app for several years.
Okay. Now, when you, so I'm sorry, explain to me a little bit about that app. I'm not familiar with it.
You can order directly from there, but that's generally not what I do, because then the food gets made before you get there. So normally, I just open up the QR code section, and you can look at the deals, and the deals tell you, you can get a free hash brown with your breakfast, and you can load that, or you can get a orange juice or coffee with it, and then you'll get reward points, and you can use the reward points to get free food too. So
Okay.
it's kind of a loyalty app that you would find for many restaurants.
And so, when it didn't work the first time you came back around,
Yeah.
and did it work?
Yes. Then my QR code came up, and I went to order.
Okay, so when we see you in your work vehicle with your sunglasses on, you got your food after that?
Yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
I pulled straight forward. The McDonald's, the shopping center that the McDonald's is in, the McDonald's is kind of a standalone building. But basically you cross over the road. It's a road in the parking lot. You cross over the road. It's only, it's a two-way road. And basically right on the other side of that road is parking spaces. And I was going to sit there to eat my breakfast.
Okay, and what was the parking space, what was the landmark next to your parking space?
It's kind of in front of Chuck E. Cheese, but it's really only a few feet from the exit of the drive-thru.
Okay, and so you went there to go eat your sandwich?
Yes, but I started with eating a cookie from Midnight Treats that my friends had brought me for my birthday the day before. If you're familiar with a place like Crumble, they're large cookies.
Okay.
I ate that first.
Okay, so you ate the cookie, and then what happened?
I started my car back up and went back to McDonald's to use the restroom.
Okay, and is that in the video the second parking or the first parking space that you went into?
Yes, so you see me park next to the side entrance of McDonald's.
Yes. And then what, if anything, I mean, you went to the restroom, so what happened then?
As I was finishing up in the restroom, I received a call from Juliana.
And without saying what she said, what did you do?
I left the restroom and went back to my car quickly.
And was she alarmed at the time?
She sounded that she was very stressed.
Okay, and did you tell her that you were coming back?
I did not tell her that I was coming back on that original phone call. On the original phone call, I told her that I was going to call Christine.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did try to call Christine, but I did not reach her.
Okay, and so in terms of your communications with Christine, was that unusual for her to not pick up the phone?
I wouldn't say that it's unusual for Christine not to pick up the phone, but I would say it's unusual that her phone would go directly to voicemail. Many times if I would call her, she could be busy at work, but her phone would probably be on silent, and therefore it would ring and then go to voicemail. And then she might text me or call me back and let me know when she can call me back. But it was unusual that her phone went directly to voicemail.
Okay. Now, and so what did that cause you to do?
I believe I tried to call Christine again, of which it went to voicemail straight again. After that, I called Juliana back, and I told Juliana not to go in the house, and that I was going to return to the house.
Okay. And did you do that?
I did.
How long did it take you to get back to the house?
10 minutes, 11 minutes, 12 minutes, hard to say.
How long would it normally take?
I guess it depends there's a couple traffic lights. 8 to 12 minutes.
At that point, were you rushing? Were you?
Objection leading.
What if, at that point, how was it that you were proceeding back to the house after the two phone calls that Christine didn't answer and the phone calls you received from Juliana?
I started driving quickly back to the house. I took the most direct route back to the house.
Okay. Now, if I can just stop you right there. Was there any plan for how something would happen with Juliana on February 24th?
There was no plan with Juliana on February 24th. As far as I knew, Juliana was going to be going to the zoo with Valerie, and Christine had just taken off from work, and I understood that she was going to be home, but I didn't know anything else at that point. I was more concerned with my day of what I had to do at my job.
Prior to leaving the house, did you do anything with anyone's devices other than your own?
I didn't touch anyone else's devices that I remember that morning. I was just getting ready for work.
Okay. Specifically, did you touch Christine's devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Mr. Carroll, is this a good time, or do you have more questions?
May I just look one
Sure,
second?
sure.
Good. Devices, either of those?
No, I did not touch her devices.
Meaning the laptop and the phone?
No.
All right. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury? Yes.
You had one too, yes?
Yes.
You
Go
go
ahead,
first.
go ahead.
Yours is shorter.
Judge, there were objections to Exhibits 10 and 16 because the Commonwealth indicated that it was more than the 2 pages that were there.
Okay, all right.
So we found those.
We've taken care of that.
We're in
so-
agreement, yes.
So 10 and 16 are admitted into evidence. Okay?
And I have the updated versions, Judge, which we can put on the
Okay. That's fine.
exhibits at the end
If
of
you
the
just
day.
get those to me at close of business today, we'll have 10 and 16 in evidence.
Thank you.
Okay?
And that would be, did you?
Okay, Your Honor, we are requesting permission to add an individual to our witness list for rebuttal. Given the defendant's testimony yesterday, we were approached by a witness who indicated that they had specific information that was contrary to something the defendant testified to. This is a surprise to the Commonwealth. We were not obviously aware of what the defendant was going to say yesterday, and this witness was not one who we had this information from in the past. So we are asking to add T. Patrick Smith to our witness list for rebuttal.
Steve Patrick Smith?
T, letter T, Patrick Smith.
Gotcha. All right, yes, sir?
I haven't seen anything about this, Judge, so I would like to see if there's any sort of investigatory report as to who this person was, or
I mean,
what the basis of it is.
Okay, I mean, you can talk to Ms. Sands at a break. You can, I assume you don't.
I can tell the court now, I can tell Mr. Carroll later, however the court would prefer.
What would you like?
We can have a break and talk about it.
Okay, that's fine. It's a rebuttal witness, so I'm not going to have an objection to it, but you can get the information that you need.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, anything further?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Mr. Banfield, if you want to go ahead and take the stage.
February 24th, 2023, had you touched anyone's devices other than yours?
No, I had not.
And had you specifically touched?
No, they stopped day 8. They ended, and then they started up again day 9.
The laptop that you know was Christine's laptop that she used for work?
No, I did not.
Or her phone?
No, I didn't touch either the laptop or her phone.
Now, we were speaking about February 24th, 2023, at the time that we broke for the night last night. One of the things that I wanted to get into, and it will require us to go back, Juliana Peres Magalhães was your au pair, correct?
Yes.
And she worked through a company, correct?
Yes.
And what were the limitations in terms of what she could do in terms of work, and how long could she stay?
In general, she could work, I believe, 45 hours a week. Her term for how long she could stay, she had a contract with us for a year.
Okay. And at the time that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you and she started a relationship, had she wanted to extend at that point?
She had already extended her visa for a second year. So I believe it was October of 21 that she came for her first year, and then she extended for a second year, which would have gone to October of 23. But no, she had not indicated anything about extending further.
Okay.
And she couldn't be extended further as an au pair at that point, is my understanding.
But when she first came, she was, how long was she supposed to be staying?
1 year.
Okay. And there came a time where she requested to extend. When did that happen in terms of the time frame we're talking about?
Maybe that summer, that summer prior of 22.
22. Okay. Would that have been prior to the two of you, your relationship changing?
I believe it had been discussed prior to that, but I don't know that decisions were made.
Okay. Now, as part of her cultural care obligations, or your obligations, what did you have to do on your side to assist her?
I didn't do anything to assist her. Christine was the one that handled all the cultural care forms, payments.
Okay.
Whether or not to extend or I didn't do anything with that process really.
Okay. And so that was pretty much mainly Christine, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that she had all the contact with, I don't know the exact title, but the person that manages the au pairs.
Okay. Well, then, if she had done that, then I won't ask you any further questions about that. Now, we were previously talking about February 24th, 2023. And I think you had described for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had come back from the McDonald's, correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived back from the McDonald's, who did you see there?
Valerie and Juliana were at my white Ford Fusion vehicle. They were parked in the cul-de-sac, kind of in front of my neighbor's house, just outside my driveway.
And do you recall, was the car running? Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
They were in the car at that point. I don't recall if it was running. It's a hybrid, so you don't necessarily hear the engine when it's kind of in idle.
Okay. And when you approached Juliana, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked her if the person just went into the house, as that was a question from previously, and she had indicated yes.
Okay. And was there a specific, at that point, did you know how the person got into the house?
I knew that they got into the house through the front door, but I didn't know more than that. It sounded to me at that point that they just went into the house without delay, I guess.
Okay. In terms of what you were told by others?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what did you do at that point?
I told Juliana to stay at the car.
Okay. And what about regard to Valerie?
I didn't address Valerie specifically, but they were in the car, and I had just told Juliana specifically to stay at the car.
In doing that, was it your intent that she would stay with Valerie?
Yes.
Okay. At that point, after you told her that, what did you do?
I walked partially down my driveway. My driveway is kind of a little bit long because it splits between me and my neighbor's driveway. And this was so that I could see a little bit better of what was going on. And this is when I saw a silver Jeep in the driveway, and that my front door was closed.
Now, so at this point, knowing what you know at the point that you saw the silver Jeep, how did that make you feel, and what were you concerned about at that point?
I guess it made me very anxious. I didn't know what was going on. I had concerns that this was going to be an affair, but I didn't know really what was going on at that point.
Okay. Did you think to call 911 at that point?
I didn't think that, it wasn't on my mind at this point that this was some type of violent or threatening encounter.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I didn't continue going down the driveway. I basically made a right, which would be over the grass of my property, and headed towards my back fence.
Okay. Now, but you were closer to the front door, is that correct?
Yes, I was closer to the front door at that point.
Okay. Why didn't you go through the front door?
My front door has a electronic door lock. You would enter a code in order to gain access to the door, and every button that you push makes a beeping noise, and then the deadbolt makes a mechanical noise as it unlocks. It makes quite a bit of noise. And I didn't want all of that noise.
And what was your concern if there was going to be noise in the front area of your house?
I didn't know what was going on, if there was an affair going on. I didn't want to alert it at that point. I also thought about just getting the lunches for for Valerie and Juliana that they were missing and leaving. That was also a thought.
Okay. Now, you're talking about the lunches. Why do you say that?
Juliana had informed me that she did not bring the lunches that she was going to take to the zoo for her and Valerie.
Okay. And moving forward, did you ultimately find those lunches in the refrigerator?
Yes, they were in I believe, the upper left of the refrigerator.
Okay. So if you can, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, give them an idea of, from the front door, and I think it shows in some of the body-worn camera, but if you could explain it, the front door and the noise from the front door was a concern to you. Why, based on the layout of the house?
So the front door kind of leads to the foyer. The foyer is 2 levels and goes to, basically it echoes right to the top of the stairs. The stairs are immediately to the right of the front door. And if you were to go up the stairs, the hallway is open to the foyer.
And is it easy to hear what happens at the front door?
Basically, everywhere on the main level can hear when the front door beeps and unlocks.
Okay, so we left off where you were going around the back to the backyard.
Yes.
What, if anything, did you do at that point?
I unlocked my back gate. There's a carabiner latch on there to make sure that the dog does not unlatch it. So I unlatched that carabiner and reclosed the gate, and then headed around back to my back basement door.
Okay, and did you access the house?
Yes, I unlocked the door, and while I was unlocking the door, my dog was in the basement, which is unusual, as the basement has a door that's pretty much always closed. So my dog Lily doesn't have access to the basement normally, and she was jumping up and down at the back door when I was going down there.
Now, let's just talk about the locked door from the back where you came in. How did you access that?
With my key.
Okay. And in general, were your doors locked when you left the house?
Yes.
Okay. Was that something that you took care to make sure of?
And the basement door wasn't used. The basement door wasn't used too frequently, so it remained locked almost all the time. Sometimes the back door by the deck. Sometimes that would be forgotten to be unlocked because that's the door that we let the dog in and out of.
The back door would be forgotten to be unlocked, so it was locked. Is that what he said? That makes no sense. The back door would be forgotten to be unlocked, so it's locked.
20 times a day.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So you were in the basement and you were there with your dog. What's your dog's name?
Lily.
And what, if anything, did you notice about Lily's behavior when you went into the basement?
Lily was kind of frantic, is how I would describe it. She's normally pretty calm when members of the family come home. She'll just normally greet you and go about her business. She's not she's not a young dog, but she was jumping up and down, and as it went in, she was spinning in circles and whining. And
Yeah, but he said it the opposite way. He said it was also a door we would forget to unlock. No, it was always open. That's what you meant, you idiot.
I guess kind of chattering. She doesn't really bark. She kind of howls and howls. And
I know that they're going to bring in that audio expert later. That howling, was that something that he put in there to explain the moaning sound on the 911 call? When I heard that, I thought, why would you say she's not really barking? She's more of a moaner. And why would an old dog, when you come home, start barking at you? Why would you expect it to do that? Why would you mention? Yeah, Lola came up to us and greeted us. Why would you go into that? Oh, she moans. Yeah. My dog used to get excited and we on visitors use. Yeah, but fake Lisa, and I'm calling you fake Lisa because you stole a birthday song. Did your dog pee on your shoes when you got home? This is the man of the house has just returned after being out for 30 minutes. He is away all the time for 12 hours. And he find it very appropriate to just mention that the dog is a moaner. Just like my Christmas birthday card from Marissa. Yeah, and it just strikes me that they're putting all of these words in to try and set it up with that audio expert. Oh my God, he was boring.
moans and growls in terms of her communication.
Okay, and was she doing those things?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that there was a gate between the basement and the upstairs, is that correct?
Well, when I had mentioned the gate, I meant the gate to the backyard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But when I entered the basement, there was also I guess, a baby gate, but we used the gate for the dog, but not really all the time. The gate was blocking the stairs to go upstairs. The gate is, sometimes we would use it outside at the back deck to prevent the dog from going downstairs if it was particularly muddy out, or sometimes when some of the older members of our family were at the house, we would block the stairs going upstairs so that Lily would not bump into some of the older members of our family that aren't as stable. But the gate wasn't generally in use. The gate was usually in my garage where.
Do we know what type of dog it is? Because if it's a husky, I know they growl a lot. It's the same blue dog. Expert will make her because she howls, and he can just get her to do the. But yeah, it's very important. We're talking about the baby gate. It's a husky. Well, they are groaners more than they are barkers. And apparently they are really, really, really hard to have. They will go crazy at some point. And it's named Chloe. No, the kid's name they were looking at was Chloe. Yeah, that didn't sound like a husky. And we are coming up on 6.5 hours, so all my prediction has been off. I'm turning into Sue.
And Lily would have access to the main floor of the house and the upstairs of the house generally.
And there's a dog bed in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes,
Would Lily have access to that part of the house?
yes, Lily would have access to my bedroom generally at all points. She would generally sleep in my room.
Okay. And likewise, would she have access to what was Juliana's room and Valerie's room and all the other rooms?
She didn't normally have access to Juliana's room because Juliana kept her door closed all the time. She did have access to Valerie's room, but she didn't tend to go into Valerie's room unless someone else was also in Valerie's room.
Okay. So you're in the basement, and what happened next?
As I was opening the basement door, I kind of, I guess, shooed Lily inside. She was kind of in the way of me going inside. But I saw that Juliana and Valerie were coming down the brick path, maybe 20, 30 feet away, after I had opened the door. And Juliana was carrying Valerie and had followed me.
And after your last discussion with Juliana, had you communicated with her in any way to come down to the house?
I never told her to come down to the house.
Okay. So your previous statement of stay in the car was still standing, I guess?
I believe that it was. That was how I ended my conversation with her, was for her to stay in the car.
Okay. So when they got to the basement, what, if anything, did you do?
I allowed them access to the basement. I had the door.
You are a trained law enforcement officer. You're a trained law enforcement officer who believes something is going on in your house. Either mommy is getting dicked down by some rando that you're okay with it because, hey, daddy gets a little sugar too. Or you don't know who this random person is who is in your house. It could be someone potentially raping your wife with a knife to her throat. Why didn't you say, hey, Juliana, get my daughter the hell out of here? El teléfono, por favor, 911. Gracias, mi amiga. Ándale. This is the most unbelievable. I'm a dad of 2 young women. If I heard any noise in any hotel room, apartment, whatever we have stayed in, at any point on our traveling or our when they stayed with me or anything, I would not go in and say, hey, kiddos, come out here while I check that there's no one in the house. Just want you to stand next to me if I get into a fight with some guy. I would have them secure in a room so I knew exactly where they were. Because if I had to pull out, we don't have a pew-pew, but if I had to do it or I had to get into a fist fight, I didn't want my 4-year-old daughter anywhere near that. Anywhere near that. And if I went home to turn my kids over to their mom and I heard noises, I think I would probably have driven a couple of times around the block, sending a text and saying, can you just stuff a pinky in his ass and get him coming because we are outside? This is the dumbest story I've ever heard. It makes no sense. It makes no. I want him and Corey Richards to write a criminal sexual novel because I think they would be great at it. I read the Walk the Dog book that Corey Richards planned. Yeah, I read those yesterday. He's smitten with this lady. What? That's apparently our G-spot. I don't know. I'm a virgin. How do I know? But I've heard that some G-spots are a myth. It doesn't exist. It's like the being on ladies and stuff like that. It's just nothing that exists. But I've heard that plugging the exit port, some guys like it a lot. Hashtag no.
I guess partially open for them. And then as they came in, I closed the door behind them.
Okay, and did you indicate to Juliana and Valerie anything relating to where they should stay?
We had a conversation in the basement. Again, I had searched the basement a little bit. There's mainly one large room in the basement. There's also a bedroom, but in the large room where the couches are and the TV is, and there was workout equipment in there at that point. I looked around that room for a little bit and didn't see anybody. Very short time. But
Why were you looking around the basement?
well, I thought that there was somebody in the house, but I didn't know where that person was.
Okay. And so, in terms of your search of the basement, did you do it like a law enforcement officer?
I would say that it was a quick search. The lights were off in the basement when I arrived, and I didn't hear any people or movement in the basement other than...
You just unlock the door. That makes a sound. If I'm in your house stealing your flat screen TV and I hear if I'm not bolting out the door instantly, I'm hiding somewhere so I can attack you and surprise you. You turn the lights on, you idiot. And you get your nanny and your daughter out of the house and you pull out your service weapon because you think someone is intruding into your house.
Other than ourselves and the dog. So I wouldn't say, I didn't go into like the bedroom closet in the basement or check behind the shower curtain. I didn't do things like that in terms of a search. So, but I did, I guess, walk the main room. There wasn't anyone by the couches. There wasn't anyone by my desk, things like that.
Okay, and were those all in the open area?
Yes.
And did you look into any of the other areas? I mean, other than
I
the closet?
I did open the bedroom door that's in the basement, and I also didn't observe anyone there.
Okay, so whatever concern that caused you to do that you didn't have that any further, correct?
I did not have further concern that there was someone else in the basement that shouldn't be there.
Okay, so what, if anything, did you do next? And frankly, what instructions did you have for Juliana and Valerie?
So I instructed Juliana, well, actually, Valerie looked nervous. She was kind of wide-eyed looking at me, and I knelt down to her, and I told her to stay there with Juliana, and she said, "Okay, Daddy."
And so at that point, when you were in the basement, was there anything that caused your concern level to change from when you previously testified that you were outside?
bothered me that the dog was in the basement, as she's not normally there, but I guess I was glad that she was in the basement at that point, with Juliana and Valerie. Valerie loves Lily a lot and spends quite a lot of time with her. But it was also weird that, sorry, going back to Lily, it was also weird that Lily's food bowl was in the basement, and it was spilled all over the floor. I think that also shows that Lily was in a bit of a frantic state.
And
But
so where would Lily normally eat her food?
her dog bowl is always in the living room. Her dog bowl is always in the dining room, where there's placemats for the dog on the floor, and that's where her water and food bowl are.
So the basement level is the lower level, correct?
Yes.
Where would that level that you're saying where Lily normally eats be?
That would be on the main level of the house, where the living room, kitchen, dining room is.
Okay, and as you walk up the stairs from the basement, can you give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some indication as to what direction you would go to find that?
So if you go up the basement stairs, there's a door.
One in chat, if your basement isn't in the bottom of your house. How many of you have a basement that's not in the lower part of your house?
That would need to be opened. Facing away from the basement stairs to the left would be the stairs to go up. Kind of directly in front of you would be a half bathroom. Slightly to the right would be I guess, a very, very short hallway, only a couple feet. To the right would lead to the living room. To the left, so walking down that very, very short hallway, to the right would be the living room. To the left would be the kitchen, and through the through the doorway of the kitchen would be, the dining room where Lily's food bowl would be.
At some point, did you leave the basement?
Yes, after I spoke to Juliana and Valerie, I stepped over the dog gate and climbed the stairs.
Okay, so the dog gate was still in place?
Yes.
Did Lily attempt to follow?
No.
Okay, so
She can't jump over the gate.
So explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to go up to the next level, was it one flight of stairs, 2 flights of stairs?
I mean, I would call it one flight of stairs, but it's, I don't know, 7, 8.
He's really tall. He's quite tall, and he has friends. He has a lot of friends, and I don't know if you know this, but he was actually quite tall, and I'm just saying he has a lot of friends. So, and did you know? This might come as a surprise for you, Purple, but he is quite tall. So yeah.
9 stairs, and then a small landing, and then 7 or 8 stairs again to the door.
Okay, and the door would be the door to the basement?
Yes.
Okay, so
I just got a care package from Marissa with some cakes in it, no cookies. That's a fun joke because I don't know half the things people are talking about when they accuse me of having certain problems with food items.
He looks like he can't control his honey bun habit, and his Susie cues.
So people send me stuff like that, Dodo, and that's fun. I'll eat it, and I have to say those sponge cake things, they are quite good. But if someone sent me a cookie for my birthday, they would be on the same list Lisa is on now.
did you go up that that basement stairs?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, were you intending on doing when you went up there?
Finding out what
Yeah,
was,
tasty cakes, they were good.
finding out what was going on in my house.
When you got to that level, who was there?
When I went up the stairs, I closed the basement door behind me. I did not immediately see anybody on the main floor of my house. And I walked down that very short hallway past the half bathroom so that I could see into the living room and the kitchen area, of which I did not see anybody.
Okay, and was that a full search or just in the moment?
I guess I walked past the kitchen table, and I walked past the countertop, and also looked in the dining room. So I would say that I looked on the main floor of the house.
So you didn't see anyone on the main floor of the house?
No.
Did you hear anyone?
While I was looking on the main floor of the house, I heard sounds from upstairs.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you do at that point?
I moved closer to the upstairs. I moved closer to the upstairs stairs, to the stairs heading upstairs, but still on the main floor of the house.
Okay, and was that a better position to hear or know what's going on?
That's where the sound seemed to be coming from. There's regular ceiling over the kitchen and living room area, but in the foyer area that leads to upstairs, which is where I heard the sounds coming from.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you hear?
I heard the sounds of, I would say, moaning, as well as sound of skin-on-skin contact.
And what did
I'm making skin-on-skin contact noises right now. What is skin-on-skin contact? Again, I have never tried it myself, but I've heard something about that moaning thing. I think it's something ladies just do to get him off them. But I have never, in my 27 years, had any of my bros come up to me and said, "Hey, hey." I was with this cutie yesterday, and oh my God, it got really hot and heavy. Oh, what happened? Well, at some point, we were making a lot of skin-on-skin contact noises. What? Again, is he talking about slapping her cheeks? Some thrusting? On a scale from 1 to 10, where 1 is the Gobi Desert, if a guy said, "Hey, you want to go into the bedroom and make skin-on-skin contact noises," or a lady, because we don't judge, well, men would probably not get dry. But on a scale from the Gobi Desert to 10 Niagara Falls, someone asking you to make skin-on-skin contact noises, the chance he was going to get, yeah. Yeah, and there was no indication of intercourse. I'm not doing this. This is Brendan who's doing this. I bet that's why the jury has been out for almost 7 hours now. They're sitting in there and say, what the hell is skin-on-skin contact noises? I don't know. Well, I had this fella once. He was an old wrestler, so he would always slap his leg. Oh, maybe that's what he heard. I have lost any inclination I have ever had to do anything sexual.
What do you think was going on at that point?
Sex.
Okay. Was, why didn't you call 911 at that point?
Well, I believe that it was an affair that was going on at that point. That doesn't seem that doesn't seem like an emergency for the police to be involved in, was my thought at that moment.
Okay. Now, what were you thinking at that point when you decided what that was?
I'm always, when we get to this point, I'm thinking they are sitting in there and saying, oh, I don't want to give him murder 1 because that's so harsh. Can we do the lesser included? That's always where I'm getting. But there was, how many charges? 4 or 5 charges or something like that?
I guess I was emotional at that point. While Christine and I had affairs, we had never seen each other with anyone. No one was ever caught in the act or.
Again, buddy, you come in and you hear, oh yeah, daddy, oh yeah, oh, you're not tall, but you're good. And you're thinking, oh, I better go up there and say, can I join? You don't go down to the basement and says, get my daughter the fuck out of here right now, because this isn't going to be pretty, but she doesn't need to know anything about this. You go, you take her to IHOP, give her all the pancakes she wants. I'll call you when you can come back. Farley, this is a good Christian channel. It's how much does this not make sense if you are a reasonable person listening to this? If I came home and found out my wife was having an affair and I had my kids with me, I would be in the car and going to my parents' place and saying, we're going to stay here till the divorce is final. Even if we had an open relationship, which he at no point have said we have an open relationship. They just had affairs all the time. But they got mad at each other for having affairs. Why didn't you get in your car with your daughter if you just thought, well, she's banging some rando, fuck it, I can't do this, I'm going to shack with the nanny now. This is going to be really good in the divorce proceedings because I'm going to have custody. She doesn't know I'm banging the nanny, and I know she's having a rando in her house now. Well, that's the only thing I could just make up.
Anything like that. Hearing what I thought was sex was
No, 6 hours, 51 minutes so far.
upsetting.
So what were you thinking to do? What was your thought process at that point?
I thought about just getting the lunches and giving them to Valerie and Juliana and having them leave. I thought about just ignoring the situation and going to work and dealing with this after work, hopefully when no one else is there. I thought about how Christine had just taken off the day before because she was originally supposed to be working on the 24th. And I thought about, well, this seems to be why. I thought about, well, maybe this is why she took off on the 24th.
Okay.
Because I didn't know that she took off on the 24th until the night of the 23rd.
So what made you stop from your initial thought of leaving and getting the lunches and letting Juliana and Valerie go to the zoo?
I guess as my mind was kind of racing in this moment, the sound, I guess, sounded like it changed to me. Instead of what I thought was the sounds of sex, I thought that the impact sounds sounded forceful, and that Christine.
Again, in my limited experience, some might like it a little rough. Remember when you talked about, I don't know if he has done that or he does that later. Remember when you talked about how your wife got more and more into the BDSM stuff because she worked as a grape nurse, probably the least likely profession to ever get into the BDSM stuff, because they treat women who has been treated really badly. But if she is getting something on the side, she's probably not saying, hey, can you come over and do me vanilla missionary style for 5 minutes? Don't look me in the eyes. Don't kiss me on the mouth, just like my husband. She's probably saying, when you're back there, can you just make my ass red? I want you, and pull my hair. Tell me I'm dirty. Tell me that I deserve this. And just because I'm really into being dominated. You told us she was having all of these fantasies. You told us she was bringing her home, her work home, talking about all of this, and you thought that it was smecks, and then all of a sudden, because it became a little more forceful, maybe he was really turning it up. Good grip on the hips and just
Dean's moaning sounded painful and not pleasurable, and that the distance between the sound of the skin-on-skin contact sounded too far apart for sex, and I thought that.
Well, not everyone is a rabbit fucker. Again, I don't know about any of it, but still, sometimes you change position. Sometimes you need a little break. Sometimes you need to do stretches. You need to get a little water. Sometimes you do the old spinaroonie and say, "Can I just? I like some takeaway."
I thought that maybe she was being hurt.
So what did you do?
I started to go up the stairs.
Okay. Did you?
You don't know the difference between skin on fur and butts, Mr. Banfield, or a nice little slap on the A's. This, yeah, he's a bunny humper and a two pump and a squirt kind of guy. This is the most unlikely story I've heard, and I listened to Sarah Boone explaining we had a good day. I bet you he doesn't even take his socks off. J7, this is a fully serviced channel today. Thank you, Marissa.
Draw your weapon at any point?
No, 6 hours, 56 minutes.
While I was walking up the stairs, I did unholster my weapon, and I angled my body going up the stairs so that I was facing the bedroom door, which once you go up several of the stairs, I can see, because I'm taller, but you can see.
Purple, if you didn't understand why he was getting all the blowies, he is taller, you know, quite tall, quite tall.
I could see the bedroom door was partially open, maybe 8 to 12 inches, something like that, but I couldn't really see in the door.
But were you able to determine whether that was the area where these sounds were coming from?
And again, I'm not saying, let's say his story was true. That morning, he said, "Hey, honey, the day after my birthday, do you know what? I have to go in and meet with my supervisor." Oh, yeah, at 9 o'clock, we're going to have a meeting. And I already know this is the promotion we've been talking about. I can't wait. I'm so excited. Finally, I'll be able to get those blue pills that you've been asking for, so it lasts a little longer. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, and it's just my birthday, and normally I get that special birthday treat. So if we go up to New York, can I get to poke the black eye? Yeah, sure, honey. Would you poke my black eye? Yeah, if you need it. Oh, so I'll be leaving early. I'll get some breakfast on the way and just get out of here. Oh, that's wonderful. You said Friday, the 24th? Yeah. Okay. I think I'll send Juliana and the kid to the zoo that day. That sounds like a great idea. Because now I want to have my tete-a-tete with this guy who's going to come over and clap my cheeks like we are 22 years old and just met under the bleachers at a college football game. Will I tell him, my husband is leaving at 7? Could you be here like 7:15, 7:30? Or would you say, I know he has a meeting at his job at 9:30 or 9 o'clock. That'll probably last an hour. He will be at his job there. If I chuck Juliana off to the zoo and says, I think it would be a good idea, so if you are there when they open at 8, you can just walk around. Oh yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, and then you could come back and have lunch. If I'm having a tete-a-tete, I would make sure that I have enough of a window, so everyone, even if there was the daughter was a little cranky this morning, we got out of bed a little later, the car didn't start, so I didn't have my beau come over 5 minutes after they were supposed to leave. I would have built in some contingency time and say, hey, I can always get to call him. Oh, they didn't leave. I'm calling. If I'm having someone coming over while my wife is not knowing about this, I would probably make sure I just looked out the window and said, yep, no cars on the driveway. Andale. This lady is so horny that she tells this guy to pull up 2 seconds after. 2 seconds after the nanny left. She was still sitting outside in the street. Okay? Is that how you do it? Didn't he say he was going to work early? Did I make that up? No, he said that he was getting ready to go in there to set up the meeting room. So he has probably told her, I'm going to have a meeting with my supervisor. And again, you want to have a tete-a-tete with some random guy you met on a BDSM site. Why don't you say, oh, honey, that's so amazing. A promotion. You have deserved it. You work so hard and you are so good to us. So when are you meeting with John? Oh, 9 o'clock. you better call me right after because I want to hear all about your big promotion. So you'll call me at. I'm coming home from work, but I'll stay up. I'll set my alarm. Are you gonna call me at? Can we say you're gonna call me at 11? Yeah, sure, honey. I'll call you at 11 because I can just get a couple of hours sleep, and then I can't wait to celebrate your birthday with you, and you get to do all the dirty things. Oh my! Because then I would know between 9 and 11, he's not coming home. He's not calling. I could get 2 tours on the carousel and chuck her out again. Because at the same time, I know Juliana is at the zoo with my daughter. No one is coming over to disturb us. You would never ever set up an affair 5 minutes after your nanny leaves the house. This makes no sense. I hear affairs works best if one of you lives in America and the other in Denmark. Farley, I'm not sure. I know on average we are an inch longer than Americans, but I'm still 4,000 miles and it's cold outside, so I'm not sure. Yeah, 20 minutes after they left, she had no time to get down and dirty. You would never set up an affair where your kid lives. A lot of people do that. That's actually the worst part. A lot of people do that. But if you're going to sneak around, you're going to be smart about it. You're not, especially when you have had multiple affairs before. You're not going to do it 5 minutes after people leave the house.
That is, I could tell that was the direction of the sound was coming from the master bedroom area. That's the only door towards the left once you go upstairs.
Okay. When you, from the main landing by the front door, to get to the top level, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the level that you're talking about where the sounds were coming from.
So once again, you would go up several stairs, and then there would be a small landing, and then you would go up one step to another small landing, in which then you would kind of U-turn or switch back and go up another 8 or 9 stairs.
Noel, I didn't catch that part. Even better. Oh, you're going to be in New York. You're going to bring Juliana with you to take care of your daughter because you can't handle your own. Why would you bring your daughter to your birthday in New York? And why would you go to the zoo and then go to New York later? But I would say, oh, that's so nice. I'll drive you to Reagan Airport, and then I'm gonna check into the nurse because I want to do blood play, which is slicing someone superficially with knives. I'm not getting that in my own bed. I'm going to do that in a hotel room where I don't have to clean the covers after. This story just don't make sense. Hey there. Been a second. How you doing? Yeah, we haven't left the main room yet, but he is quite tall, so the stairs takes a little bit longer.
To the top floor.
And
I
we
don't
have
know
past
exactly
7
how many
hours.
stairs, maybe 16 or 18 total, but like 8 at the bottom, and then the landing, and then 8 at the top, and then you're at the upstairs hallway.
Okay. Given what you'd heard,
Yes, he had rope, chains, and a knife.
did you go right into the room?
Actually, I heard
It's the only airport I know is near DC.
the door open on the main floor. When I was by the landing. When I heard the door open on the main floor, I saw Juliana come up this partially at the basement door.
Okay, and so you were both on the same level at that point?
No, I was
back to my original question, why didn't you take her and say, you hear that? It sounds like someone is fighting. Get my daughter out the house. Oh yeah, loop and an apricot. He also had that. Dollars and BVI. Big Women International. I know what BBW is.
On the stairs, heading up the stairs, and I kind of only did a quick glance, seeing that Juliana was there, and then I continued up the stairs.
And did you give her any instructions as to whether to go back to the basement?
I didn't say anything to her.
Okay. So you continued on,
Yes,
but you realized she was there.
I did.
What, if anything, did you do next?
I continued up the stairs and made a left towards the master bedroom.
Okay. And in terms of the landing where the master bedroom is located, describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what way you had to go from the top of the stairs.
I went to the left, as that's the way towards the master bedroom. There's double doors to the master bedroom. To the right would be a bathroom, the guest room, Valerie's bedroom, and Juliana's bedroom.
Now, so you went left at this point?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do at that point outside the room?
We've been going for 43 minutes and he's still not in the room.
Outside the room, I headed towards the door, and I pushed the right of the double doors open with my foot.
And did you otherwise have something in your hands?
Yes, I had my firearm in my hands.
Okay. And when you pushed with your foot, which foot was it?
My right foot.
Okay. And were you able to see or hear any more when you did that?
Pushing the door open with my right foot revealed Christine, and who I now know is Joseph Ryan. They were on the floor near the bottom left of my bed, kind of in front of the master bathroom door, just past the bed, in between the bed and the tall dresser.
Okay. So you just described it as the bottom left. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how do you come to bottom left? What position are you in order to describe it that way? If you're in the bed.
Yes, if you were in bed or facing the TV that's in there, the left would be the bottom left corner. That would be the part that's closest to the master bathroom.
Okay, thank you. And so you indicated you saw Joseph Ryan and Christine.
Yes,
Had you ever seen Joseph Ryan before?
I had never seen Joseph Ryan before.
Had you ever had any communications with him before?
On February 24th is the only time I had communications with him in that room.
Okay, so when you observed this, and please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury exactly what you observed with regard to his contact with Christine.
Christine was, I would describe as nude and on all fours, on her hands and knees, and Joe Ryan was behind her, like angled slightly behind her, and from my position at the door, slightly to the left of her. He was clothed, and he was looking directly at me as I opened the door.
And when you first caught eye contact with him, where exactly were you in relation to the bed?
So she's in brace position. Did he just describe he was slightly behind her to the left? Farley, you have 27 kids. How many of them was constructed while the impregnator was standing slightly to the left of you? Wouldn't he have the position of this pole? I'll just be searching the hub to try and figure out what that position is called. I heard that can happen sometimes. I had the same thing with my 2 kids. Maybe he was using an HVAC unit and a turkey baster. Exactly. Valhalla, I'm so sorry that I have to tell you this. Lisa has stolen your gimmick of having birthdays on the wrong day. I'm sorry. It's your absence that had made Lisa bold and has asserted that, oh, I have a birthday today. So that happens when you take time off.
And where were they?
We have
No, I
Valhalla
was
here.
maybe one.
Let's get Brandon back.
I
in
was
here.
maybe one step into the room.
Okay. Now, when you observed him, what, if anything, did you observe about the situation prior to anything being said?
I observed, basically, as soon as I went in the
Isn't that
room,
more of this position?
it appeared that Christine tried to get up, but I guess I'm unsure if it's that Christine tried to get up or if Joe Ryan pulled her up. It's hard.
Oh, shit.
I can't really
What I got,
tell,
Valhalla.
but Christine went from being on all fours, hands and knees, to more like being on her knees.
Now, had you said anything to them or to him specifically?
Almost immediately, I said police,
Okay, and what was your intention in doing that?
alerting the room that I was there.
Okay, and at the time that you said police, was your gun in plain sight?
Yes, I was holding my gun forward.
And your badge, was that in plain sight?
My badge is on my belt, so that I don't know if he could see it, but it is a gold badge that is attached to my belt.
And so, if you think of it as a clock around you, where would, at what point can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where your badge would be?
Like 11 o'clock. So just to kind of in front of my left pants pocket.
Okay, and were you wearing a jacket over that area?
I was wearing a jacket that day.
Do you know if it was covering it or not?
No, I don't know if it was covering it at that moment. I don't remember if my jacket was zipped or not. And it's February, so
Okay.
I'm not sure if my jacket is zipped or not.
In terms of seeing the badge, you didn't pull it out and show it or not?
I did not.
Okay, you just said police?
Yes.
And what happened from there?
Christine responded first. Christine said, Brendan, he has a knife.
Now, before she said that, could you tell, did you see any weapons at that point?
I didn't see a weapon. I didn't see a weapon at my initial viewing of the scene in that first couple seconds.
And after Christine said that to you, were you able to identify it?
I observed that there was something silver in Joe Ryan's right hand, but it was still difficult to see, as part of it would be in his grip and part of it seemed to be inside of Christine's hair.
Okay, and I think you'd said previously, did Christine have long hair?
Christine had pretty long hair that goes.
I'm sorry. I have. He just came into the room where they were in this position with him slightly to the left of her. She was trying to get up. So let's put her in this position. How is he hiding a knife in her hair? When did he put the knife in her hair? Because before, when he came in, she was on all fours. So was he cow humping her, just holding her? I don't even know how you could. So he was laying on top of her, holding the stabulator to her neck. So when she got up, it was in her hair. Yeah, and he was fully closed, and his jeans was tucked into his ass cheeks, and the blood was on the inside of his belt buckle. So someone opened them later. This, no, she had impact wounds on her chest. She had a scratch on her shoulder, a scratch on her neck, 3 stab wounds. Scratch on her neck, 3 stab wounds, and a forceful impact to the back of her head, and then a slight scratch to her shoulder. But how? Again, he was fully clothed. What was the skin-on-skin contact noises then? And again, he testified that he was slightly behind her to the left. And when she tries to get up, that's the first time he sees the knife in her hair. He can't be slightly behind her to the left and still have a knife in her hair. No matter how petite she was, and even if he wasn't as tall as our hero, he would be lying like this, or would be reaching forward like this with the stabulator. It's when you make all these details, your story falls apart. Because if the jury is doing the same I'm doing right now, sitting in there drawing little, and I actually like to do that when I'm on jury duty. If something makes me wonder, how could this have played out in real life? Like they say the car was here and the pedestrian was here, but that doesn't make sense to my mind. I like to do little diagrams and stuff like that.
Down past the middle of her back, it's a curly, thick brown. She had a lot of hair.
Okay. Now, just
I don't think they have jury questions.
We're clear.
Hey, Money.
When, at the time that you said police, what was the position?
Yeah, but he was closed. He was closed. fully clothed. She wasn't nude either, was she? I can't remember what she was wearing.
Of Joe Ryan, and what was the position of Christine?
Joe Ryan was also on the floor. I would say that he was in a kneeling position. On the floor, partially behind Christine, partially behind the bed.
Okay, and the bed, is the bed high?
The bed is. I would say the bed is very high for a lot of people. It has storage dressers underneath the bed, and there was a foundation under it, and then the mattress itself is a thick mat.
Well, that was an artistic interpretation.
Mattress too.
Okay, so from your vantage, have you changed your vantage point? I think you'd said one step into the room.
Yeah, I had only basically gone one, maybe two steps into the room, and I didn't go further. I didn't go further at that point.
Now, when you said police, what, if anything, did Joe Ryan say to you?
Joe Ryan didn't say something until after I told him to drop the knife.
Okay, and what was his response?
He told me to drop my gun.
And at that point, was there, well, let me ask you this. You saw a knife there. What were you thinking in terms of Joe Ryan with a knife to Christine's neck?
I was extremely terrified. I don't know that I've ever been more panicked in my life.
And so what were you thinking that you needed to do? I was hoping to de-escalate the situation.
I did not want to shoot him.
Okay.
I wanted him to let her go.
And so after he said you dropped the gun, what did you say?
I repeated to drop the knife and to let her go.
And did he say anything to you?
He did. He told me that she was hers. That she was hers, and that she gave herself to me. And Christine kind of yelled, moaned.
Okay.
At this point, also.
Okay, I'm sorry. You said she was hers.
She was his. Sorry, she was his.
Can you say the whole statement?
He said that she was his, and that she gave herself to me is what she gave herself to me is what he said.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted. What happened then?
Christine kind of yelled or moaned, or both, and it seems that she went to her left, my right, a little bit.
Okay. Now, when she yelled or moaned, what did that indicate to you?
I thought that she was being injured, being stabbed.
Did you see him stab her?
It appeared that he was putting forward movement towards, or it seemed that he was putting forward movement towards with the knife, but I couldn't see Christine's neck or face really at that point. Her hair was in the way.
Okay. So if you...
Are we to understand that Christine at this point has gotten her injuries? Because we know from the medical examiner they were not instantly fatal, but I can't remember the words you used. She had a couple of minutes to live. She had punctured her main arteries in her neck. She wouldn't be standing up trying to moan, yell. She would be squirting blood all over the place, most likely holding her neck, screaming like a banshee on the floor while the life was very fastly seeping out of her body. And he just makes it up like, yeah, well, she was standing over there. I couldn't really see. She had been stabbed 3 times in the neck, if we're to believe him. It would be pissing blood at this time.
You can explain for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why it was you couldn't see Christine's face or her neck.
Christine's hair
because
was,
I think she said
described
that
as kind of wild at
larynx had been
this
injured.
point. Not normally it's brushed and straight, or well, not really. I mean, it's still curly, but it's more.
Was her
kept.
windpipe injured as well?
It was kind of
remember?
large and frizzy at this point, and I couldn't really see very well.
Okay. And so I interrupted you. So well, go ahead and tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you were following up with.
I'm sorry, I don't.
So you indicated in your previous answer that you couldn't see whether or not he had stabbed her in the neck or made contact with the neck.
Correct.
Okay. And that she had made some sort of a sound and pulled away.
Yes, so she kind of moved to her left and to my right, but my best guess is that he had a grip on maybe the back of her neck, maybe the back of her hair. I can't see his left hand at this point, and so she did not really go anywhere.
Did she appear to be injured greater than what you thought when you saw her?
She can't appear to be injured greater than you thought when you saw her, because that's what you saw. So how would he have determined that she was more injured than what he was seeing? And again, clarification question. Is this the layout of the room? He comes in over here. He's as you can tell, he's tall. So he comes in with his pew out. Christine is at the corner of the bed, and he's slightly behind her to the left. So he should actually be up here. And he can't see her left hand. He can't see if he's slightly. This is Christine, and he's slightly to the left of her. You would be able to see his left hand. You wouldn't be able to see her right hand if he's doing anything with that. Just said I couldn't see his left hand. First of all, you said Christine was here, he was to the left of her. The hand you would be able to see, especially because you are standing further to the right or further to the left of them, would be the left hand. Did they go through all of this?
It appeared that she had some amount of.
Thank you so much.
I believe that she had some amount of blood in her hair at this point.
From where you could see it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me just ask you this. Other than your training, had you ever shot a person before?
I had never used my firearm outside of a range situation.
And just to clarify.
As I
my
remember it,
question, it sounds like you had shot somebody in training. You just did training, correct?
I did not shoot anybody in training. I have not used my weapon in duty at any point, or the only time I had used my firearm was at a gun range or at training.
Okay. Was that a concern
Yeah, but
for you
which
while you
hand?
were in the moment?
The left hand?
there wasn't a lot of space between Joe and Christine. I was very fearful of hitting Christine.
As someone who once wore a green uniform and had something that could go boom in my hand, if I came into a room and this guy was standing there, my wife was screaming, I had put one in the wall over there. No matter it might go out, but hopefully it will get stuck in the wall, and say, you get the fuck down. Or I had put one in the ceiling and said, down now. I wouldn't have sit there and said, well, I haven't really shot anyone during training because we really wanted to at Quantico, but they wouldn't let us shoot real people. It's really annoying. So I just couldn't make a decision. The thing is, if you're in an enclosed room and you have your 9mm and you go click, the noise alone is enough to whatever he will get shocked, and then Christine can drop and you can just go ham on him. Well, you're not technically allowed to fire a warning shot. I'll take care of technicalities later. Right now, my beloved wife is standing over there. She looks like she's bleeding more than I thought. A man is standing next to her with a knife. She's naked. He's fully dressed. What's going on? Click. Down.
And so what if anything, when the time came, well, were you considering using your firearm?
Yes.
At what point did that start?
I mean, very quickly in the situation, but there's only, his head isn't far from Christine's head. I guess his part of his body is partially behind Christine's body. Part of his body is behind the bed. It's a very tight situation.
Okay. And so you delayed from your first instinct?
Judge, objection is to leading.
What, if anything, did you do then?
I'll sustain the objection.
I mean, I know that I told him to let her go at least one more time, and then I know that I told him that he was going to be under arrest.
Okay.
I missed that. At some point, he asked for me to leave, and at a different point, he asked for himself to leave.
And what did you say to those requests?
At that point, that was when I told him that he was under arrest.
Okay. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, took place that caused you to discharge your firearm?
It appeared that he did a very forceful stab towards Christine, and Christine kind of spun away from him. So she was facing towards me, and I guess she rotated as she spun away from him and landed on her stomach on the ground. This kind of had Joe now.
Now he gives her the forceful, so that must be the back of the head stab that injured her skull, which would mean in this time where he don't know how much time has gone on, they have had a conversation, he asked, she asked, they asked, everyone asked. In that time, she have had her jugular vein cut. Do we have any nurses left in here? At what rate would she have gone unconscious from having her jugular vein cut? No, she was just standing there while they were having a conversation, moaning, screaming, whatever she was doing. And this guy is saying, hey, let me go, brother, man. Come on, man. No, you're under arrest. Well, can you leave? Come on, leave.
Like on his knees, kind of facing Christine, of which I saw him do a downward stabbing stroke, and that's when I fired at him.
And when you fired, were you able to determine whether or not you made contact?
I didn't know where I made contact, but I believed that I made contact.
You don't make contact with a firearm. If you want to do any pact, you're making an impact.
As he moved.
Okay.
He moved backwards, He moved backwards a little bit away from Christine.
Carol Sue, am I correct to believe that the whole story, even with him holding her up, she wouldn't have been able to because her body would shut down everything to try and preserve the blood to the brain and the heart. So she would have passed out way before. If they had time enough to have a conversation, she would have fallen over and she would have been dead weight.
At that point.
And what did you do?
I immediately hurried towards Christine. And
I think I'm back. Rumble dropped off completely. No, yeah. No, Rumble is back up as well. I don't know what's going on right now, but to everyone who keeps telling me that I'm down, I know I'm down, and you don't have to tell me anymore. I notice when I go off screen, and thank you for letting me know, but 7 people don't need to. And I don't know when I don't know when I cut out. But Juliana's story, I can't remember in details what she said. Let's get back to it and hope it'll stick around with us a little bit longer. Maybe if someone can remember Juliana's, they can put in the chat.
To doing what you just said with the knife.
I probably need to take another step or two to get closer to Joe. The knife was still very close to Joe. It's like I reached my right foot forward. I still had my gun pointed at him. So I reached my right foot forward, and I guess stuck my toe out and dragged it back towards me so that it was not next to him.
Okay. And what would you say the distance was where the knife was when you first touched it with your foot? I'm sorry, the distance from Joe Ryan when you first touched it with your foot?
Not more than a foot and a half.
Okay. And when you removed it from the area around him, how far was it from Joe Ryan?
Maybe 5 or 6 feet, but immediately next to me.
I think it's all the tall
So what did you do
Maybe it's the
then next?
mermaids.
I didn't notice that Joe was moving, and
Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever touch Joe?
I never touched Joe at any point during this encounter.
Okay. And when you moved the knife, what did you then, what happened next?
I turned around and faced Christine, and I kneeled down next to her.
Okay. And what was her position at the time that you kneeled down next to her?
At that point, she was on her stomach. She was kind of writhing back and forth, kind of rolling back and forth, and I guess at some point, pretty quickly, she rolled over onto her back.
Was that with your assistance?
At that point, she was doing that on herself. I don't think that I helped her roll onto her back.
Okay. What, if anything, were you doing to assist her at that point?
So she was holding her neck, And she told me that she couldn't see.
No, she didn't. She would have been passed out from blood loss at this point, you idiot.
And I asked her to let me see, indicating what, that her hand was covering, indicating that her hand was covering her neck. And she very shakily removed her hand from her neck. And I could see the wound on
I could see the
the
wound.
right side of her neck.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do at that point?
She told me to put my hand there, and she had put her hand back on her neck, and then I put my left hand on top of her hand, but she pulled her hand from underneath mine and put her hand back on top of my hand and put pressure on my hand, I think indicating that she wanted more pressure on the wound.
And did you do that?
Yes, I had.
Okay.
I had my hands on hers, trying to apply pressure.
And she was helping you?
Yes.
And so at that point,
Nurses, how likely is that story? Danny celebrates 26 months of membership. Did I miss the whole finger? No, that's coming up. Again, at this point, she has a skull fracture because he slammed the knife so hard into the back of her head. The knife is roughly 6 inches with a handle of, I don't know what you call them, kind of like the Japanese style knives. It's roughly 6 inches. She got that thrust into the back of her head, so she went over. So she didn't she already had the jugular vein hit. She had 2 veins in her neck that was open. They had a whole conversation while she was pissing blood. Then he jumps into action, goes over there, removes the knife, turns around, sits down next to her. She says, "Hey, buddy, can you put your hand here?" And then I put my hand, and she removed it and put more pressure on it to kind of indicate. She wouldn't have been able to move her arms. She wouldn't have been able to communicate. If she had made any sounds, it would be the animalistic parts of her brain just moaning if she didn't have her windpipe cut as well, because her body is in utmost stress right now because it's trying to put blood up into your brain. Your body will do whatever it can to push blood into your brain to keep it alive. Funny enough, the blood vessels that it has to run through are nicked, which just makes it go faster. This guy has way too many details, and as a trained police officer, he should know this makes no sense. Yeah, take care of the kid. It was always only you. And Santuco knife. It's one of those just looks like an old knife when I make it, but just one of those shaped like this. Maybe a little more flat at the end. But takes only a few seconds for unconsciousness to go with a wound like that. Yeah, and he claims that not only did he have a conversation, not only did she get up from the floor with the wound in her neck, and this was stab wounds. It wasn't just he cut her neck. So if he's claiming it happened while the knife was in her hair, that couldn't have happened because it has to be forced into the neck 3 times. She had 3 stab wounds to the neck, and then she had a cut wound. So that couldn't have happened. So first of all, she would never have been able to stand up. Maybe right after she was stabbed, she could still have a little control. But her body would go into shock instantly to try and preserve your brain. So even if he was holding on to her, she would just collapse and he wouldn't be able to hold her up. Then she is punched in the back of the head and falls forward and lays on the floor while he shoots him, goes over there, does all of that. Then she rolls all over on her back and has movement in her arms, which wouldn't have happened. None of this makes sense if you have any knowledge about wound care. None of it.
You asked Juliana to call 911?
At that point, I noticed that Juliana was in the room. And I told Juliana to both call 911 and I told her to watch him, indicating to Joe.
So the position that you were in when you were attending to Christine,
Well, he
where
has
was
to
it
do
in
weapons
relation to
training, so I
Joe
bet you he
at the
has
last time you saw him?
some,
Joe was behind me. I wasn't facing Joe. I was
EMT
kneeling
training
down
as well.
with Christine in front of me. I guess my body orientation would be towards the master bathroom.
Okay. And what if anything happened next?
Juliana she looked like she was stunned, but after I told her to call 911 and watch him, she seemed to dart forward and went into the master bathroom.
Okay. And did you ask her to do that?
No.
Do you know what she was doing?
I mean, I know what she was doing now, but I don't think I was thinking about what she was doing at that second.
That's what I'm asking is what was she did you know what she was doing at that time?
Don't do that. Don't do that. No, I haven't lost connection. It's just a circle of that. It's just a circle of that. Oh, it's...
At my other fire,
It wasn't me. That was YouTube that was the long crime.
there was another shot. And I looked,
No, and this is... How old is this case? It was 23, so they have had 2.5 years to make a believable story. When you get the ME report, you look at it and said, fuck, this can't happen because she was bleeding out faster than... I don't know what. So we have to change this story. I have to come in and find him standing with a bloody knife in the room and say, hey, what the hell is going on? Boom. And then he falls over and I rush over there and he gets up. Oh, by the way, he can't do that because he's shot through the head and can't see. And that's when Juliana has to unalive him. Again, this makes no sense.
up and I saw that Juliana had my other firearm, and I was stunned that Juliana had shot.
Okay. Did you, where was she in relation to where you were?
She was in front of the master bathroom door. This is kind of a double door.
And so, how far do you think she was from you when you shot?
Not very far.
When she shot?
Not very far at all. Maybe 4 or 5 feet.
Was there any indication as to why she shot prior to shooting?
I didn't hear her say anything prior to. I didn't hear her say anything prior to her shooting.
Now, at any point, do you recall Joe Ryan touching you?
So this was at roughly the same time as the shot. I don't exactly know. If I would assume maybe almost simultaneously. Joe Ryan struck me in my shoulder, like the back part of my shoulder blade.
And did you see him do that?
I did not see him do that.
Joe Ryan had just been shot temple to temple. Luckily enough, not hitting the brain, but he was blind at this point. I will make a hypothesis that he wasn't fighting anyone at this point. He was on the ground, holding his bleeding face, screaming because he just went blind.
Did you know it was him?
Well, he's the only person behind me. There's no one else behind me.
Interesting.
And
Thank
after you
Arthur.
felt that,
Trent?
was that when Juliana shot?
Cool. Thank you for informing us.
To me, those all seem to be within the same second. It's hard to say exactly.
Okay. Now, when you were, so you were tending to Christine prior to Juliana shooting, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to maintain whatever it was you were doing for Christine?
I don't know exactly why, but my reaction to being hit and Juliana shooting was to stand up. And I stood up and turned around and looked at Joe.
Okay.
Joe was then further back, closer to the wall, and partially on the dog bed.
Now, did you make sure that he was not getting up again?
I looked at him. He did not appear to be moving at that point.
Okay. What did you then do?
I yelled for Juliana to call 911 again, and I turned back around and went back to Christine.
Now, do you know what Juliana did with the gun that she used to shoot Joe Ryan?
At some point, I know she put it on the bed.
Did you observe that?
I don't think I observed her putting it on the bed.
Okay. And the gun that Juliana shot Joe Ryan with wasn't the gun that you have, correct?
Oh, yeah, that's correct. Well, she took some medication, but it would have gone even faster because she was a bleeder. She wasn't a hemophiliac, but she had some kind of hemophiliac type of disease.
No, the gun that I shot Joe Ryan with was my duty weapon, a Glock 19M, and the gun that Juliana took out of the safe was a Glock 43X.
Now, the gun that you used to shoot Joe.
Yeah, didn't he say he
was
grabbed
that
my arm?
put back in the holster?
I did not put my gun back in the holster. I put it on the ground next to me.
Thank you, Arthur. Interesting.
Basically just right at my side, kind of where I was kneeling.
So where, in terms of position, when you were tending to Christine,
She had it in the pocket all day long.
what position were you facing?
I was facing Christine towards the master bathroom door, and yeah.
And so when you put your gun down in order to aid her, to what direction did you put the gun down?
I put it to my right, so it was in between me and the bed.
And to the best of your recollection, do you know where it was in terms of in relation to the corner of the bed?
It's pretty close to the back left corner of the bed. There wasn't too much space between me and the bed at this point.
And can you just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in terms of time that morning, after you put that gun down, what did you do?
Well, when I put the gun down, that's when I had originally started aid to Christine, and that was when I asked her to show me the wound, and then we had kind of both put our hands on the wound.
Okay. Now, did there come?
You didn't ask her to show you the wound before. You said she was holding her neck and asked you to put your hand on it. So you just changed your story.
A time when you instructed Juliana to call 911?
I had instructed Juliana to call 911 at least twice.
Okay. And did there come a time where you realized that, when you were wondering what was going on with 911?
She seemed to be after she shot, she seemed to be stunned and just standing there, not doing anything. And I yelled at her to call 911 again.
Okay. And do you know if she followed your?
At that point, she seemed to come out of her trance, and I know that she started working on her phone.
Now, why didn't you call 911?
I had a significant amount of blood on my hands, and I was trying to help Christine. And also, we're trained that if there's others around, if you can have them call 911 or assist you, that is something that you would instruct them to do.
So from inside the room, please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how that 911 how you came to be talking on the 911 call.
Juliana seemed to be pacing, kind of in front of the TV area of the bedroom and kind of moving towards the master bedroom door. She called 911, but when she called, she really wasn't saying anything. She was kind of stumbling over her words.
And so what, if anything, did you do?
I heard that she was on the call with 911. And I could hear the 911 operator asking questions, and so I answered the questions, of my home location and I guess briefly what had happened.
And what did you say?
I believe I said that there was a man that had stabbed my wife, and that I had shot
Dory,
him.
you are not
And
wrong.
I identified myself as an officer, gave my address. Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, were you still rendering aid to Christine?
Yes, we had spoke slightly more also during that time. She was coughing, and blood had come out of her mouth, and so I knew that that's possible for people to choke on blood, and so I told her I was going to roll her on her side, and and so we did, and so I did that, and she seemed to know that that was also the right thing to do.
Okay. And so she was able to help you roll her over?
Yeah, so I rolled, so I guess it would be
Thank you for joining us.
kind of slightly away from me, slightly more towards the master bathroom door, and further away from the bed.
Now, in the time frame that we
Hello? Are we back? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I have to close this program now. I hope this will hold up better. Kinda here, woohoo, very echoey. Oh, that's not good. My mic is not working. Should be working. Sounds low. I'm trying. I've started up a new program. We can see you, but your mic sounds like it may be off. Now we can't hear you at all. Low volume. You sound like you're in a can. Can hear you. Can barely hear you, man. It's fixed. Yeah, I can't really do anything about the tinny voice right now. But if it's totally horrible and unbearable. No, the audio is not from my camera because I have my camera turned off. It is my microphone, but maybe it's some of the filters that's wrong. Try and take all of the filters off. Does this change anything? I'm not, it is my microphone, but I try to take all the filters off. That's better with no filters off on. Okay, that's better. That's kind of sounds like you're in a neighbor's house calling. Yeah. Okay. Well, as we say in Denmark, needs teaches a naked woman how to make clothes. Let's try this. I don't know if this audio is going to go through.
Did that give you any indication of the extent of the wounds?
Yeah, I could see I saw the length of the wound and the fact that part of my finger actually went inside of hers before I quickly moved my hand out.
Pseudo.
Were you able to, and so were you able to continue compression?
I did try, I would say.
I'm sorry, I have this is a whole new setup. I have a ton of switches I don't know what to do with. So I hope it fixes it. I hope it is better. And I will figure out how to fix my audio at some point. But I hope this is better because I just want to be sure that I can share it with you.
That both of us continued to try compression. And probably also just before she rolled over, I realized that she was holding her hand on the other side of her neck too. I didn't notice that previously.
And so what side of the neck are you talking about now?
I was helping her with the right side of her neck, and she had her left hand on her left side of her neck.
Okay, so she was tending to herself on the left side of the neck?
Yeah, I didn't notice that originally.
Okay, did you assist her then at that point?
I did not put my other hand around her I did not put my other hand around her at that point. It was I don't know. I guess we were focused. I was talking to her, and I guess I was a little bit more focused on that.
I'm not on the wrong mic. It's the filters in the program.
Okay, and in talking to her, did she assist you in any, in terms of how you could help her?
Basically, she had indicated that she had told me that she, in her words and with her hands, that she wanted more pressure. After my finger had gone into her neck, I tried to close my hand a little bit around the skin to try to, try to close the wound as much as possible, but that didn't seem to be doing anything.
Okay, and in terms of the blood, when you took your hand off of her wound, what did you see?
In the beginning, you could see that the blood was partially shooting out, and it was going through her fingers. But later on, that wasn't what was happening any longer.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you observe, and what did you do?
This was back to putting pressure and covering the wounds and